The Denver City Council is proposing a measure that would allow voters to decide on whether the city should increase its sales tax to help Denver Health cover costs for patients who are struggling to pay medical bills. The council will have its final vote on June 24th. Denver area sanitation workers rallied for better pay and working conditions Monday. Union President Stephanie Felix Soe says there are 2,400 janitors across the metro that are entering into negotiations with multiple contractors this week.
Another part of our priorities is figuring out what is the future of this workforce. What's going to keep this workforce here? And that includes, of course, wages, benefits, but also addressing workload issues.
There's also a push to make sure workers outside of Denver are being paid fairly, with union leaders saying workers just outside the city are doing the same level of work for less than Denver's minimum wage. The union contract expires at the end of July. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Revive Organic Soil Treatment.
Starting on the south end of town, C470 northbound at I-70, a crash off on the right shoulder as slow driving back from Morrison Road. About a 6-minute delay through the south end of town. Heading over to the far east end, I-70 eastbound between Tower Road and Colfax Road, construction with left lane closure. Once again, about 5 to 6 minutes of delays. Some heavy delays up on the west end to Boulder, US 36 westbound approaching Colorado Avenue. We've got a crash in the right lane, stop and go back from Table Mesa Drive. This one's seeing a 15-minute delay. Fox 31, pinpoint weather cooling down after yesterday with a high of 77 degrees, mostly sunny skies. Overnight low of 51. Tomorrow, isolated thunderstorms. The current temperature in Denver is 61 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
Summer is here. Do you know what your lawn wants? Revive Organic Soil Treatment moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. You'll see the difference. Revive takes water deep, down to the roots, to make the most of watering for a lush green lawn all summer long. Use Revive. It works.
You met with the stable boy despite your father's orders. He hoisted you onto the saddle and you wrapped your arms around him, embracing his silent strength. He lay you down amongst the wildflowers. You experienced love like never before while you were buying dish soap. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover heart-stopping romance titles on Audible.
A violent crime is committed every 24 seconds. The U.S. Concealed Carry Association exists to provide you with firearms education, training, and access to self-defense liability insurance. So when trouble comes, you'll be ready. Over 800,000 Americans trust the USCCA, and right now, there's an exclusive, limited-time offer for radio listeners. Go to defendfamily.com to get a free family defense guide, a survival secrets training video from a retired FBI agent, and see all the benefits of membership. Go to defendfamily.com now.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas. September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Don't miss.
Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet,
And more.
Get tickets to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, right now, before they sell out.
At AXS.com.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. We are here to help you solve problems, to answer questions, to take complaints, and to make your life just a little easier. To my right here, if you're streaming on this wide shot, we have Dan McKenzie. He is an estate planning attorney, and maybe not a planner. Maybe you just are faced with probate. Can people call you if they're faced with sudden probate?
Yes, definitely. Yep.
There's some confusion on probate as to who can open probate. We have a bunch of relatives and friends, and they sit around and nobody's doing anything. What are the laws when it comes to probate? First of all, can a deceased person in a will name who they want to be their personal representative?
Yeah, I consider that to be the most important instruction they put in there.
And does the court have to recognize it?
Not necessarily. I mean, that it could be challenged by somebody else, but usually that is gonna be the person.
Okay, so if someone dies and no one knows anything,
Yeah.
who can open a probate? There's no will, there's no apparent will, there's nothing around. What do?
Really, anybody with an interest in the estate can.
Does that mean
open
a friend, a house cleaner, somebody?
Do they have an interest in the estate?
Well, they think they do. Like they were told they do. They were told they were going to get something.
Yeah, they probably can then. Doesn't mean they're going to be appointed as the personal rep. The person who applies to open the estate is not necessarily going to be the representative. And in some cases, it's creditors. You know, people who think they were owed money by the person who passed away and the family is not doing anything, the creditors could open it. The family gets a 6-week head start, and if they haven't done anything by that point and there's creditors thinking we're owed money and nothing's happening here, they can apply to open it.
You know, you're an attorney, and attorneys are paid advocates. And I wanted to ask you something. In criminal law, I talked to a defense attorney, and he said, it's not my job to figure out if my client is guilty or innocent. It is my job to make the state prove that he is. And I put up any kind of defense that is an honest, just defense that he has afforded to him by the law. And if they can't prove their case, even if he is guilty, he shouldn't be convicted, because that will help them get the real people next time around and next time around and next time around. So they advocate. And most of the defense attorneys I talk to, when you say, how can you defend a guilty person? They say, I don't assume they're guilty. I don't even know if they're guilty. And I don't know, by the way, personally, what would happen if the guy said, yeah, I did it, but I can't go to jail for the rest of my life. I don't know what would happen in that case. I don't even know. Maybe defense attorneys would weigh in on that. But then on the other hand, I've talked to civil attorneys who are hired by someone to sue someone, and they take up their case and they go to court and they fight the battle. And then in your area of law, estate law, it's not so much adversarial, it's more of a representative. Now, it can get adversarial.
It can. It usually isn't. And attorneys in our area of law have different roles available to them. So if I'm representing a personal representative of an estate, I'm supposed to be helping that person represent the estate. And that means, not putting their own interests ahead of the other people.
I wanted to ask you something about being a paid advocate for someone who wants to, let's say, challenge a will or challenge do something, put in a claim.
Okay.
Is it your job to advocate for their position? Or if you feel they're wrong, do you just not take it and say, I'm sorry, I can't fight for this? It's because when people call here, and I don't think they have anything, I said, look, man, we're not going to call and hassle this car manufacturer, or we're not going to hassle this person or whatever. So how does that work? In criminal law, they do it no matter what. What happens in estate law as far as being an advocate?
Yeah, it's a little trickier, I think, because yes, we will tell people you
if
really
they're
don't
off
have
base,
anything here,
okay,
and you can't.
But if they want to move forward,
yeah,
you're not obligated to take up their case, right?
No.
Neither is the defense attorney, I guess. Anyone can turn down anyone, right?
True.
Okay.
And we get a lot of people who are just they just kind of generally think it's unfair, or they don't think their parent would have done this or whatever. It's that's not really the rule, right? You got to prove that they were unduly influenced or that they didn't have capacity or something. You can't just say this is unfair, so judge overturn this thing.
By the way, I want to give out our number, 303 Martino. You can call 24/7, 303-627-8466. And it's really important, that number, because it rings through here when we're here, and then it rings through our voicemail when we're not here. And you can leave a message, and we will absolutely get back to you, okay? So you never have to wait. The other one, that's like appointment radio. And then the other thing is you can always write to us, help@troubleshooter.com. And then when we're on the air, we can use iHeart's number, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Dan, when the biggest problem we get with the states, and I'm telling people right now, they better put stuff in writing and know where to find it. The biggest problem is when someone says there is no will, and there was a will, and you were named in it, and they left Johnny in charge, and Johnny says, I don't have a will. I mean, there's really nothing you can do if somebody doesn't like the will and makes it secret. I mean, we've said that before. Now, that's not a common problem we get, but that's my curiosity. You can't make, I knew of a case one time where the person had kind of expressed what they wanted to do when they were dead and said they had a will, and Aunt Ginny has the will, and Aunt Ginny, whatever her name was, said, no, he didn't leave any will. Yeah. What do you do in that case? I mean, you can't make someone, I mean, there's so much honor when it comes to estate law, isn't there?
Yeah.
Trust and honor.
Yeah, even if you have a copy of the will, the court presumes that you only have a copy because the person who created it destroyed the original, intending for it not to be.
Wow.
So you got to do the formal process and schedule a court hearing and give people the right to object and all that kind of stuff. So
it's weird.
That is the presumption that if there's no will produced in the original, that there was no will. So yes, like we've discussed, if you have a will and you lie about it, it's just like any other fraud you commit. If it gets discovered, and there's a pretty good chance, frankly, like they'll find the lawyer who drafted it or something will come up.
You're screwed.
You're
in trouble. It's fraud.
Yeah.
Okay, now, when it comes to this, how many times have we heard this? My dad's will was perfect, and then all of a sudden, 2 years ago, he changed it. We never knew anything about it. And everything's going to the housekeeper. Do they look at that? Like, do judges have discretion to say that doesn't make sense? Or do they have to just, hey, it's the will, it's the will?
Oh, no, that's, that's the one I just mentioned. It would be undue influence. Was this housekeeper
and how do you prove that?
It's litigation. I mean, you have witnesses coming in. We do discovery, and it's just like a civil litigation process.
So the kids say, wait, he didn't want everything to go to the housekeeper, or he wasn't in love with that woman, or he didn't mean for his gardener to get his car, right?
Correct. Yeah, and then we're looking at like, well, what was the relationship? How did this happen? What were the circumstances under which it changed? Who was involved in it? All those kinds of things.
I find estate law fascinating because of this reason. If it's not made right and clear, everybody suffers.
Yeah. The ambiguity is always a problem for what we do, and that's where people are doing it on their own, or people who just haven't been through probates before and don't really understand. We see people do things and they just don't anticipate all the potential other plans that could be.
Now, there's something we've talked about in the past, and by the way, people, we don't have to talk just about estate, but there are some fascinating law when it comes to estate planning, and so many people put it off. But there is something that I've always said that I was a bit wrong, or I didn't add enough to it. Here's what I said. If your dad or mom or aunt and uncle or anyone who has a home, they bought it really cheap and they die and they left it to you, the date of death is the date of valuation, so you get a stepped up basis. So if they bought it for 50 grand and it's going to sell for 300, you want to get as close to 300 for your basis as possible. So on the day of death, if that house is worth 300, theoretically you get it at 300, and then you can sell it at 300. So if it's worth 300 and you sell it for 200, do you get a loss?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can actually take a loss.
I mean, it's a
or
capital
the estate
loss.
Takes the loss.
Yeah, so I think it's going to apply against other capital gains. I don't think you get a refund on
of your individual. Okay, so if I inherit a house, and on the date of death it was 200,000, and I can't sell it, who's to say I'm not manufacturing a loss by selling it less?
Yeah.
I mean, the IRS could challenge that.
They certainly could. I mean, it probably is going to.
Or I sell it to my kid, or I sell it to somebody else.
Yeah, people try and do that. They sell the house for $1, or maybe something more reasonable than that, or whatever, and say, "Well, I sold it." No, anything less than fair market value is going to be considered, a gift.
Now, okay, so the last question, or the one item I wanted to say, is when you get that house on the day of death, if you don't like that value, can't you wait and take an alternate date of? Isn't there an alternate date? Tell me if that's the part that I just found out about.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about that coming up. I'm Tom Martino. So in other words, we always say date of death value, but actually, not all the time. You can actually have an alternate date value. Then does everything get a stepped up basis? So anyway, as I said, you can call about anything, but these are things people come up against all the time. 303-713-8255. By the way, waterpros.net, the best water systems at the lowest prices. There is a crisis with drinking water right now, people. You just don't know it. I swear to God. They're finding in autopsies incredible deposits of crap from water. Waterpros.net, the best drinking water at the lowest price ever, $1,400 fully installed. 303-862-5554.
Nope. Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-444-2013.
All right, you're going to hear about this seminar. It's on this Thursday, Denver DTC, and it's by Joe Ciano, a certified financial planner, and it's free, and he's asking that you reserve a seat. They're very popular, by the way, because people have found out it's not just a sales job here. In fact, no selling. What they're going to do is inform you about various investment vehicles, Medicare, also Social Security, and savings, and guaranteed investments, and everything, an entire array of things. You can find out more at the seminar. Call for tickets. It's Thursday, 6:30, Sheridan DTC. It is 303-779-6600, 779-6600. American Restoration is a restoration company. What is that? Well, it's way more than a carpet cleaner. A lot of carpet cleaners call themselves restoration companies. A restoration company truly mitigates dangerous substances like black mold, asbestos. They clean up after a flood, a fire, anything like that. That's a true restoration company, and then they help you rebuild. But what you need are people with the EPA certifications to get the job done right. Most likely your insurance company will make recommendations to you, and I say do not take insurance company recommendations. They're looking for the cheapest to fastest. You want the best. American Restoration 24/7, 833-7-AM-REST. The number 833-7-AM-REST, or online AM-REST, online it's amrest247.com. Discount Bath. Man, I'll tell you, it's really great to have Discount Bath on board. Baths are so important in a home. So many people want to redo a bath, but they have no idea what it's going to cost. Discount Bath is happy to talk to you about doing it at a discount. Yes, even if it's a master bath in your master suite and you want to make it really, really beautiful, or you want to just do a quick, easy little half bath, whatever it is, they're transparent with their pricing. Right now, Tear Out and Haul Away is free for your project, which can be up to $3,000 in value. But I urge you, if you're thinking about a bath, call them. They'll talk to you. They'll give you prices, 720-979-2322. If you've wondered about bathrooms, discountbath.com.
Thank you.
Your dad, your grandfather owned Rocky's Auto? Rocky's Auto, the one that... Yeah. Okay, what's your name? Devin. D-E-V-I-N? D-E-V-I-N. Okay, Devin, and you have a question?
Tom, are you there?
Yeah.
Do you know Rocky's Auto?
Yep, Rothrock.
Rothrock's?
Yeah.
Okay. A grandson is on the air to talk to Dan McKenzie about his father and his...
Good.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure this guy's not a fraud.
Well, we know the Rothrocks, but...
I don't know him.
And I didn't know he's
haven't been here
dead.
long enough.
It couldn't be the dad. It's got to be the...
No, his dad just died.
Oh, did he?
Okay, so let me get this straight. Your father just passed away. I'm very, very sorry. Oh. Okay. Your father's in prison.
What?
But your grandfather just passed away.
Oh.
Got it.
The owner of Rockies? I think that's what they're saying.
Oh, I guess we lost
Got it.
David
You on?
Rothrock in 23.
Wait, did he hang up?
No, he's still there.
And what was the name of
Devin?
Yeah, that's what he says.
Okay, I knew John. I've known. They're the grandkids, right?
Must be because we knew David really well. David Rothrock.
Well, I know all of them. David, John. I know the wife. I thought she was still alive, but she's probably not.
Crazy.
And then the other son committed suicide.
Hold on.
Ding, dang it. All right.
Okay,
Here you go.
I have no idea about this.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino. 303-713-TALK is our number, or 303-MARTINO. Let's go to Devin. Hi, Devin. What's going on?
Hey, how are you, Tom?
Devin, did I meet you before?
You did when I was like 8 or 10 down at the lot.
And didn't I meet you up at your house when I went up there with, is John your dad?
Yeah, John's my dad. You might have met, it was either me or my brother.
Well, your brother John was the older one that he was also in car
David,
sale.
yeah.
Okay, now let me explain this to people. Devin is the grandson of Dave Rothrock, who is the founder and owner, or was the founder and owner of Rocky's Autos. And Dave was, I think Dave was a marketing genius back in the day when he did this. At one time, these guys were selling 600 cars a month. They were one of the largest used car dealers in the country. I think what happened, and you know I represented, of course, I did commercials for your dad, or for your grandfather. And then I knew your father as well. And yeah, your father's incarcerated. It's a sad story. Your other uncle, I guess, committed suicide too, didn't he?
Yep.
And he did that. It's a tragic story. I mean, Dave Rothrock was a hard-working guy, man. He just worked his ass off. And he had two sons, and one son tragically committed suicide. I believe it was on Father's Day. I mean, it was terrible. And
yep.
And he suffered from depression. Your dad was a good friend of mine. I mean, he really was. And your dad, I went up to the house and, you know, I don't want to get into too much, but your dad probably suffered a little too, I think, because he later on went to Arizona and got into a shoot. All this is public knowledge. He got into a shootout with police.
Yep.
And that's sad. I mean,
he was trying to commit suicide when my parents got split up, and yeah, he got addicted to prescription meds.
Yeah.
Was just it was a midlife crisis.
Yeah. And so what he was hoping is the cops would kill him. And they didn't kill him. And he went to jail. Do you ever get to see him, Devin?
Yeah, I see him once a year. You know, there's not really good medical care in prison, so he got shot twice. He's in a wheelchair now. He looks pretty old. But,
he's in a wheelchair. So he
was
paralyzed by the police?
No, just he was shot in the ankle, so walking's hard, and then he was shot in the back, and he only has one lung because the bullet collapsed.
I'm wondering. It's amazed he did. It's amazed he didn't get killed. You know, my heart goes out to you, Devin. This is a tragic story, and you know what? David wanted nothing but the best for his family, and he worked. Like I said, he worked his ass off, and David died. Did your step grandma die?
No, she's still alive.
Okay.
Yep, she's still alive.
And she had a
So
battle
right
with
now, the
cancer.
whole-
She had a battle with cancer
Yep.
early. So you guys have been through it. How is your mom doing?
She's good. Her parents were just killed in a car accident in Texas, going to Texas about a year ago. But she's doing good. My sisters are doing well.
Now, I know you have some estate questions because I imagine, did your granddad have a will?
So he did. No, he didn't have a will, and there was a reason for it. So there was a prenuptial agreement. Without a will.
Wait, a prenuptial agreement with who?
My step-grandmother.
Okay. And then he was going to, I assumed, when I talked to him, I mean, he never told me directly, but you guys were everything to him, his grandkids.
Yep.
And I
When my
imagine,
dad went to, go ahead.
Devin, I imagine he left a sizable estate.
Yep.
Now, don't you have twin sisters?
Yes.
And then you have your older brother, John.
Yep.
Okay. So what is your question for Dan McKenzie?
Well, so there's two things. There's a holographic will that was written. The signatures don't match. There was a prenuptial agreement. At what point is it better to kind of do a knockdown, drag out where you do the whole probate thing and go through the court process? Or
well, are you saying that David's estate has not been probated yet?
No, it's in the process of going, but it's also in the
Who opened the probate? Who was his personal representative?
It would be the lawyer for the company, Mr. Miller.
Now, but the lawyer is the personal representative, and there's a will. And does Mr. Miller believe the will is accurate?
I think it's like half accurate. There's things that are wrong with it that won't stand, but there's things.
How old is that will?
About 7 or 8 years old.
Okay, now, in general, did David leave everything to the grandkids or to his daughter-in-law, to his son in prison? I mean, how did it work out?
Yeah, so in the prenuptial agreement, everything went to his grandkids and son.
So your dad and you and your siblings?
Correct.
Okay. And is anyone challenging that?
We are, after the fact, when my dad goes to prison, there's a history with him and the step-grandma that she wants to cut all of us out. So on the
Wait, so your
will,
step-grandma, she wants to take everything for herself? Is she not recognizing the will?
I bet the will says that it all goes to her.
They're not recognizing the prenuptial agreement.
Okay.
There's a
So does the will leave everything to her?
The will says that it wants the prenuptial agreement voided.
Okay. And did anyone witness this will?
There's two. So it's like I said, it was written on. It's written on a notebook paper, and there's two different sections to it. So the top part was not witnessed or signed. The bottom part was, which says my dad gets this and this. So part of the signatures don't match my grandpa's signature, which both attorneys have agreed upon, and they're just at this point trying to just get it settled instead of dragging it through the legal
And your
process.
what is your step grandma's first name?
Darlene.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot it. Okay, Darlene. So she has an attorney, she lawyered up, and she's basically challenging the prenup.
Correct.
All right, hold on, because Dan McKenzie here has been taking mental notes, and he'll answer all of your questions. And he's rather good at what he does. So hang on, Devin, and we'll come right back to you. I'm Tom Martino. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Probate Energy for your solar needs, sales, service, installation, and they know about financing and tax credits. ProbateEnergy.com.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com.
Slow down.
I sure wish the story is that the wife wanted to split everything with Shag, man.
Road maintenance was stop and go back from I-76. We're seeing a 20-minute delay. North of there, Highway 36 westbound approaching Colorado Avenue through Boulder. A crash in the right lane with slow driving back from Table Mesa Drive. About 10 minutes of delays there. Back to I-70 over on the east end of town. Eastbound roads, we're seeing road construction in the left lane between Tower Road and Colfax with about 1 minute of delays throughout. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, another sunny one out there, but cooler than yesterday. High 77, overnight low of 51. Tomorrow, high 74 with isolated thunderstorms. The current temperature in Denver is 62 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Manage the time and costs of hiring for your business by working with Express Employment Professionals. With 40 years of experience helping more than 75,000 businesses manage their workforce each year, let Express Pros help you. Visit ExpressPros.com.
All right. Ideal home loans for your next ideal home loan. What I mean by that is very simple. You have an issue where you want to get a home and you don't want to wait. Well, they have the interest rate guarantee. So when rates go down, they refinance you free of charge. And they're the only ones with the interest rate guarantee, 303. And by the way, let me just say this. They are ideal for you because they'll get you the best price. The direct mortgage lenders, 303-867-7000, 867-7000. All right, you know, when it comes to bathrooms, Renew Home Innovation can do a beautiful job with the shower. They take that old ugly tub shower combo and make it into a beautiful rectangle shower, and they do it with great finishes and wall systems that never need maintenance. You will love every minute of it. And here's what's great. They can do it in 2 or 3 days. And you have 72 months to pay with no interest. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000. And in this fluctuating real estate market, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, will give you a free market analysis of your home. Oh, no, it's not a gimmick. It's a real detailed analysis with comps, the neighborhood, the factors of the market, the interest rates to see what your house will sell for now. If you're thinking about selling, no charge to you, 303-920-1622, no charge for this analysis. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
Thank you. 3.5.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, man.
Do you want anything? Do you want coffee?
Take a coffee.
Okay. Let me see if I can make it. If I can't make it back, you'll go up and get coffee. Do you want it black?
Yes.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. Okay, ma'am, I'm so sorry. I cannot hear you. Are you on a speakerphone or Bluetooth device or something like that? Because you're talking like through a tube.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. I can hear you now, yes. Okay, so you bought an electric vehicle? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Car dealership. I don't know. And he seems like the kind of man like school. Trust me, he was frugal.
Yeah. It's usually how those people are.
Nothing fancy about him.
What's your name? Carla. C-A-R-L-A?
Oh, yeah.
K-A-R-L-A. Apologies. All right. Hang on for me, and Tom will be with you as soon as possible, okay? There might be a little bit of a wait, so I just ask that you be patient with me, okay? Thanks so much.
630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So, Devin, thank you very much for calling, and we have Dan McKenzie with us, an estate planning attorney, and Devin is just saying, what does he do? He's in the middle of all this. He and his siblings and his dad, who is in prison, basically. Devin's granddad was the founder of Rocky's Autos, Dave Rothrock. Dave worked his ass off his whole life and had a giant estate. And he supposedly had a prenup that said, I'm not leaving my wife much. The kids are getting everything, or my son and his kids. And now she's challenging that because she said there is a will that was written after that, and the will negated the prenup. And I guess Dan McKenzie, attorney at law, if in fact they had a prenup, he could write a will that would negate it, right? I mean, that would be his right to do that right?
That's usually how that works. You have the prenup agreement with your spouse saying we can write each other out of each other's plans or give less than we're required to under the state law, and then you would execute a plan doing that. If you don't execute the plan, whether a prenup qualifies as a will, you just got to run through the qualify.
Yeah, so Devin, are you and your brother represented? Devin?
Yes.
Okay, so you have an attorney, right?
Yeah. Everything should be sorted out. I guess the main question was, if you guys can, I guess, come to agree on things, it's better to settle it than to drag it out, basically.
Now, hold on. Yes and no. I mean, if you feel there's fraud going on with that will, what are the steps, Dan? I mean, when he says, when is it worth fighting? I mean, what would they do to go about trying to prove that part of that will was kind of forged, basically, is what he's saying.
I mean, an initial question is, let's say we knock that will out, what happens? Was there a previous will leaving everything to your family? If there isn't, it's not...
Well, no, there wasn't.
So if you knock out the will, the prenup isn't necessarily a will, but it at least would show his intentions toward his wife, right?
Yeah, but...
Is he allowed to disinherit her in a prenup?
I mean, if that's what they said in the prenup. That's usually what prenups say, but
okay.
You have to see the prenup.
And how long were they married, Devin?
A good chunk of time, 20 years probably.
Yeah. So under normal circumstances, without a prenup, she'd be entitled to 50% of the estate. Isn't that right, Dan?
If he left a will leaving her out. If he had no will at all, then it's a different calculation.
So if she has no, let's say they knocked the will out, what would happen then under these conditions?
We would go back to the previous will if there was one.
If there wasn't one, what do you do?
If there was one, then he died intestate.
Then what does that mean?
So under that, the spouse gets the first $207,000 of the person's estate and then splits everything above that 50-50 with the kids of the person who died. So
really?
Yeah. And that could be a lot. That could be a lot.
Yeah.
Right? So,
but it's 50-50 after the first. She gets 200 plus 50%.
Yeah.
That's if, Devin, there was no will. In other words, if you negate that will and call it quits. Now, can a judge actually pick part of the will and say this is genuine, but this part doesn't look genuine? Can you actually have part of a will ruled, not genuine?
I don't think so. I've never heard of that.
And Devin, are you saying there's obviously two parts to this will, and he signed one, but do you think the other was added?
Yeah, added later at a different date, added to the note after he passed away. And there's no actual physical copy of it. Just a picture.
Really?
But, yeah, no, we'll get it figured out.
Well, listen, Devin, I really appreciate calling. And if you ever need anything else, you can call us off the air as well, 303-713-TALK. Here's the deal. What I'm saying to you is point blank, if you think there's fraud, usually it's worth going after because and thank you, Devin. On this topic, you said there's a picture of it, not the original. What happens then?
I mean, that's treated like a copy. So, like I said, if you only have a copy,
they'll throw it out.
Assume it was destroyed.
Devin, if all they have and all Darlene has is a copy, they will call it.
They'll presume it was destroyed. Now, the personal rep can still put forth evidence saying, "Look, no, this definitely was the will."
And it gets messy. It gets messy.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Carla, you have a question about an EV rebate?
Yes.
What's going on?
I bought a plug-in hybrid, Hyundai plug-in hybrid in November and counted on the $5,000 rebate from the state.
Yeah, is there a 5,000? Because, okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Well, submitted everything to the state, and it was denied because I did not have a copy of the window sticker.
What?
So you have 30 days. Yeah, well, that's one of the things they want. Anyway, you get 30 days to reply. I sent all the documentation on 4/17.
Now, wait a minute. Is the dealer getting you this? Did the dealer get you the sticker?
They gave me, well, I went back to them and they gave me a copy of the sticker and I submitted it.
And okay, is the state good with that?
Well, you can't get a hold of the state. I have, I went online and it said you should hear within 30 days for a refund. Only technically this is a rebate. And I tried calling the tax helpline and, quote, they can't take the call due to high volumes. And I've tried that 4 or 5 times. So it's just kind of like, I don't know where.
But here's what I want to know. When you file your taxes and you put in your car and all that, don't you just get a credit? Why do you have to, you don't send the sticker in with your taxes, do you?
Well, they want all of that, yes.
Wait, when you file your taxes?
The bill of sale, your registration, there's about 4 or 5 things that they want in order to get that $5,000.
Now, is it a $5,000 tax credit on state tax, or is it a check?
Well, it technically, I think, is called a rebate from the state. And so when we submitted the taxes, it was included with my refund, and they denied the $5,000 rebate. So
that's a lot of money.
You should get a check.
That's a lot of money. I mean, so I need to find out from people who know about these EV rebates. We need to research this for you. So what are they saying after you sent in the documentation? You didn't hear anything, right?
Well, they said that when they amended what my refund would be and took the $5,000 off the refund.
Yes.
And then they give you a whole bunch of different things that maybe you didn't send in correctly.
But they did give you the provisional credit.
No.
Oh.
They denied it and gave me 30 days to protest it, which I did, and send in additional documentation, which I sent in.
Okay, when did you send it in? When are the 30 days up?
Well, I received the letter was dated April 3rd. I sent in the documentation, or my accountant did, on April 17th.
Okay, and so you have not heard anything since then?
No, I have not.
Okay,
and I have tried to contact them either
I want to give you,
online
hold on, I want our Deputy Dollar to look into this, because really this gets complicated. We need to look into the general procedures and where you submitted the paperwork. Did they acknowledge that they got your paperwork?
Yes, they did.
They did?
They acknowledged it.
And did they say you'll be hearing from us? What did they say when you submitted your paperwork?
Well, you get a letter. I got a letter back telling me that the tax refund was amended and the $5,000 was taken away because I did not submit.
I get that. No, I know that. But after they said they got your paperwork, did they say we'll be getting back to you?
No. They said you have 30 days to protest and send in.
I know, and then you sent it in, and then they told you they got your paperwork. Did they say anything?
They did not. After we resubmitted on April 17th, I have heard nothing from them.
Okay, got it. Hold on. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Turkish Airlines.
Through downtown, Broadway, both north and southbound roads remain closed between Welton and California Street for RTD rail replacement. Heading to the west end of town, road work in the left lane, I-70 westbound at 44th and Ward Road with stop-and-go traffic back from I-76. We're seeing a 15-minute delay. North of there through Boulder, Highway 36 westbound approaching Colorado Avenue. A crash in the right lane as slow driving back from Table Mesa. That one we're seeing about 5 minutes of delays. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, cooling down after yesterday with a high of 77, overnight low of 51. Tomorrow, clouds rolling in for thunderstorms, high 74. The current temperature in Denver, 61 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Denver, welcome on board. Now, Turkish Airlines connects Denver to the world. Flights from June 11th. Details at turkishairlines.com.
My turn to tell you about Genesis, TotalExteriors.com. Genesis will do everything on the outside of your house, and right now, a lot of people have faced storm damage, and the hail was so big and furious that it hurt not just the roof, but the siding and windows and decks and painting and all of that. Well, Genesis can handle all of that, whether it's an insurance claim or you simply want to do home improvements. They can also help you cover up your siding with upgraded stucco, real stucco. And they do mold mitigation and detection. So if you have mold, call them. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. QCColorado.com. I tell you, I can't tell you enough how I appreciate this whole house fan that I've had installed. And I'm going on my fifth year, I think. I've had it for 4 seasons. And it's amazing how comfortable it keeps my home with little or no air conditioning. I must have saved 80 to 90% on air conditioning because it only works a fraction of the time. I keep that on. It keeps the temperatures cool and even, and it expels all the real heat out the attic through the attic vents. And here's the deal. It's all installed within an hour or so from QCColorado.com, and after that, it's smooth sailing with remote controls, so there's no wiring in the walls. You're going to want to see these people in your home to save money and have a more comfortable home and wonderful nights. 303-800-3419, 303-800-3419. It'll pay for itself. Hey, you want another bargain? What about QC Colorado? What about Euro Plumbing? Man, this is unbelievable. EuroplumbingColorado.net. Here's what they do. They do water heaters at the best prices anywhere. No one can touch them. No. $13.99 for a 40-gallon tank, fully installed, the old one hauled away. Or $14.99 for a 50-gallon. And then they say if you need other plumbing repairs, you will never do a better deal than EuroplumbingColorado.net. 303-668-6844.
Thank you. 3.
All right. Now.
Hey, Dan, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I gave Devin your phone number.
Okay.
He wants to call you, just an FYI.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, also, I'm going to text you something, okay?
Sure.
Cool my house was when you walked in?
Yeah.
That's all that fan.
Really?
That's not air conditioning.
630 KHAL, an iHeartRadio station.
65.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's go right to the phones. Mark, you have an issue with concrete. What's going on, man?
Oh, man. First of all, never pay in cash ahead for a concrete service.
Now, you know what?
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. Concrete is a real challenge to do it right. And here's the problem. To do it right takes so much prep and grooming afterwards that I believe people cheap out, and therefore they're hiring people that can't possibly do it right for that price. Now, I'm not saying that's what you did, but tell me about it.
All right. What I did was I entered into a written contract June 12th of 23 to create 2 patio extensions from my current backyard patio going outward.
Okay.
And to enhance it with 4 raised gardens, 4 by 8 by 2, and some stairs that go down to the lower deck portion.
And with who'd you contract with?
I contracted this with Horizon Roofing and Concrete Services, a.k.a. Joe's Roofing and Paving.
Okay. Joe, so it's Horizon Roofing and Concrete.
Yes, services.
Right. And then they also have a DBA. Okay, so what happened?
Well, what I did was when I contracted him, he says, well, I'm going to need about a third up front. If you pay in cash, I'll give you a great discount because I have Mexican workers that I can pay without having to keep records and so forth. And I'm going, well, that's fine. How much is the discount and how much is the price? So he quoted me at $30,000 to do the 2 decks.
That sound okay. Hold on a second. Let's come back to you. I'm hoping we can do something for you. And again, this is not unusual. We've handled them before. I'm Tom Martino. We also have a follow-up coming up with Deputy Chopper and an RV issue. Let's talk about all of it and your problems coming up.
This is Dan Kaplis.
Thank you.
So I turn that fan on. I used to turn it on in the morning. Now I just leave it on speed all day. This house never gets hot. It gets hotter than this or warmer than this, but never gets unbearable ever. Now, here's the deal. I then set the air conditioning at about 76, 70, maybe 76 level. But the air conditioner hardly ever comes on. And when it does, it only comes on for a short time because what that does is
Oh, no problem. No problem.
out the attic, and so it destratifies the air.
Well, it's radio. You know, we have to kind of all talk
And so
really
the
fast. But
thermostats-
you know, I get the joy of being able to talk to listeners like you that I can help. You take care.
Some people are doing
Bye.
better jobs with that because they're making little buttons on all the transmitters. Because truly, sensing temperature in one spot is stupid.
Yeah. Yes.
But anyway, that's what I do. But that whole house fan is on low speed all the time. And this house, I don't do that in the winter.
Yeah.
But in the summer, the hottest days, this house is warm.
And the windows are closed, so
But
you're
no,
not.
the window's down here.
Oh. Okay. That makes sense. Okay.
And I only open a few. I open. And there's nothing like it. The air feels fresh and it works. It's one of the best purchases.
And when did you do that? Okay. And that is, it's a whole house fan or an attic fan? Okay.
It's remotely. Those old-fashioned ones you hear.
Oh yeah, we have one. Yeah, we have an older one. It's real loud. Yeah, and I'm not really sure how effective it is, frankly. I've
This
thought about
one is
getting
a
it replaced.
Is a really strong fan, but it's remote mounted.
Okay.
There's a duct going to my ceiling, that's why you can hear it. So they put it over here and then duct it to an opening here upwards.
Okay.
This is just a small grate, so it's not one of those big.
Yeah, that's what we got.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
And then they tap into the attic wire for the fan. And it's remote control. Now, as I said, I used to like, you're not going to be home all day rather than running around. But then it takes so long to cool down. Some people do it too much. And then when you get home, you turn that on high speed, and it just clears all the heat out. And then your air conditioner will kick on, and that'll help keep it. That's one way to do it. But I do it. I discovered just leaving it on low speed is the way to do it. And also, the house never.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Outside.
Hey! Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
perfect. All right.
The way my windows are situated, I'm not getting
No, it's good. It's good. talked about the event, right? Okay, so we got you 2 days. Got you all set.
That was a wild
How's
call.
your dad
No, I have a
doing?
feeling. I have a feeling he got a phone call from somebody. He said,
crash on US 285 last week. Ignacio Cruz Mendoza faces numerous charges, including vehicular homicide. According to Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Cruz Mendoza had been asked to leave the U.S. 16 different times
Okay.
since
Just cranked too loud.
Hang on for me, Jordan, okay?
It said it was blown.
Lucky speaker.
Yeah. Seems like it was just cued too loud.
oh, wait.
No, it's blown.
Mike Tyson pulled out of that
Yes.
fight?
Oh, really?
Trust me on this.
I trust you. This is in queue.
Turn it up.
Some of the smaller companies do not, and that's a concern. Cruz Mendoza is being held in the Jefferson County Jail. 2 people
It's
are dead
blown.
following a Monday afternoon plane crash in Steamboat Springs.
I didn't know that.
I believe you.
She's done a lot of that. so
That's
she would
true,
know.
Mike Tyson.
I do like to blow guys, yes.
It happens.
Just the one, or
Just the one. You know, I kind of tend to be,
I
you know,
don't see where.
like that.
Downtown Broadway, both north and southbound roads remain closed.
But before it was the one, I did used to like
Heading
blow
to the
guys.
west end of town, road work in the
I feel
left
like
lane I-70 westbound.
slip you $20 just for here.
It was postponed.
So how loud do you guys normally have it then?
North
Like
of there
here?
through
We
Boulder,
have it
Highway
all
36
day,
westbound.
every day, and I'm here for 9.5 freaking
No,
hours.
no, I mean like how loud do you have it? Because I turn it down and it takes so it doesn't
Yes,
sound as
we
bloody.
know that when you put it down, it takes.
Yeah.
But when you prompt singers and stuff like Ryan does on Dan's show,
oh, I bet he's got it cranked in here, doesn't he? He's a psycho.
And that's new, right? It sounds worse now, right? It's gotten worse. Okay.
but it also sounds bad because Dragon also cranks it up during Michael Brown.
Okay. Good
so,
to know.
so basically, for the last 3 days, it's been intolerable.
Okay. That is really good to know. I didn't know that.
I think that's the amp there, right? With the blue light.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if that's the amp for
Who's
that
Jake
or
Paul
for
anyway? This guy just made a name for himself on YouTube.
Yeah, he's. I think he was like in the Disney.
You guys, by the way, you
No,
tried to
Secure Club
replace
as a
it
child.
or fix. No,
Too, but
I'm very nice. What are you talking
But
about?
it seems
I'm
like
the
he
new
really
guy.
comes
Take
off.
it easy. I'm just kidding.
Oh shit! Yeah, I hear he's been beating
They
everybody.
literally tried to
Oh,
fix
go ahead, do
it
what they do.
about 3 months ago because the same thing happened and they never actually replaced it.
Okay.
Is it a crown amp on her side as opposed to this one? It could be on that side. And those crowns are,
They
you
get
know,
dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is one over here.
I don't necessarily think that's
Don't, hey, Kelly.
okay.
I actually,
Shutting
as a
up.
matter of fact, reach down there and turn it off. Kelly, you're so damn smart.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. DenverRegen.com, by the way, is doing hair replacement with this special stem cell therapy. They're having great results. They're also doing, of course, semaglutide compounded for a weight loss at $250 a month. That's DenverRegen.com. Hey, I just found out from my YouTube morons, then I looked it up. Tyson said he's not going to fight Jake Paul. And Jake Paul's some YouTube guy that got to be a great boxer. I guess he's really good. And beating the hell out of people. And then he and Mike Tyson cooked up a match that was supposed to happen in July. Mike Tyson says he hasn't been able to train because of a health scare. He calls it a postponement, not a cancellation. But in any case, I guess this Jake Paul is really some kind of sensation. But he claims not only is he going to beat this guy coming up that replaced Tyson, he's going to beat Tyson as well. And then he's going to go get McGregor. So he says any kind of fighting, he can whoop anyone. And I have not seen him fight. Has anyone seen him fight? Have you seen him fight? Sure. Shannon, have you seen him? I haven't seen him. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So we were talking to Mark about a contract he had with a concrete guy. So Mark, where did we leave off? So this was June of 2023. We're coming up on a year, right? Past a year.
Correct.
And did he ever pour it, by the way?
No. What he did was he had a guy come out and demolish my backyard and compact some of the soils, and that was it. And
wait, so when did the guy come out and prepare the ground?
Oh, maybe about a week and a half after we signed the contract.
And what did he do?
Well, I believe this guy is a subcontractor for
yeah, but what
other
did he
people
do?
as well, but he came in, he pulled out all my railroad ties, removed and demolished any shrubs and bushes from side to side. And
but after that, no one else came back?
Like no, sir.
Okay, how much did you pay up front?
$18,500.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
So what does he have to say? What is the guy's name you're dealing with there? This sounds like Sleaze Brigade. What's the guy's name?
His name is Joe Perkowitz.
Joe Perkowitz?
Yes.
And what does Joe Perkowitz say about this?
Well, he says, well, I didn't realize when I went out of state that my foreman went and took your money and gambled it away up in Blackhawk.
So who did you pay the money to?
His foreman.
And you did pay it to him. And
yes.
And this guy's saying he gambled it away, so it's not his problem?
Well, he is assuming the problem, and here's what his agreement back to me was, which is, I think, is just lip service. But he said, I'll come back, and for the remainder, I'll finish all the cement work, and for the remainder of what you owe me, which is nearly $10,000, he says, and you don't have to pay me until it's all done. And he says, I think I can get it done maybe June or July of 24. And so I said, well, okay, can't you give me a specific date? And he goes, well, I've got to reassemble my crew when I get back.
Well, tell me this. What harm is it to let him try?
Well, the thing is, I don't believe him anymore. He doesn't answer my phone. And so I filed a complaint form with the state of Colorado, who they said you have certainly have a legitimate civil case here.
Yeah.
And he said,
are you going to court about it?
Finally, Joe answered my call.
And what's happening now?
Nothing. I can't get a hold of him again. I cannot confirm a date. I'm very nice to him every time on his message machine, but I never get an answer.
Does he have a website?
And he does, but I think it's down now. It's called joesroofingandpaving.com. And it's all spelled out, joesroofingandpaving.com.
Now, he's probably out of business. Yeah, this isn't going through.
Yeah, see, he's taken it down or he didn't pay for it.
Oh,
Oddly enough, I decided to go up to the address that he had up in Golden to just knock on his door.
Yeah.
And I was met with his landlord sweeping out the last of his dust, saying that he was evicted for non-payment. And he abandoned his truck up the street.
You got screwed,
so I went over there
bro.
and took...
You got screwed here.
Well, I did. How do I get over this?
Well, I mean, listen, you made a big mistake. People do it all the time.
Yes.
I mean, where'd you find this clown?
Well, I vetted him off of 5 people that offered the job.
Wait a minute.
And
what do you mean? How did you vet the guy? Tell me how you vetted him.
Well, I found him online, and
How'd you
I saw
vet him?
references and people.
Hold on.
I looked him up.
Well,
I looked
hold
him
on.
up
You
in the
you
Better
looked on
Business Bureau.
online reviews? Online reviews?
Yes, online reviews.
There are
Better
none.
Business
So
Bureau,
hold on. There are none. So where'd you find the reviews?
Not now.
What do you mean not now?
On
He
his
can't take
website.
him down. He didn't take him down.
So they were just on his website and nowhere else then.
Okay, so you didn't vet him. Did you talk to any references?
No.
What does vetting mean? No, I don't mean to give you a hard time, bro, but what does vetting mean to you? Talk to the guy?
Well, talk to him and look him up and see if
You didn't look up. Okay, where'd you look him up? That's what I'm asking. Where did you look him up? There's no reviews about him except bad ones. Where did you look him up?
Only online.
Okay, tell me where. I'm trying to find out because I can't find him. Tell me where you looked him up.
All right, Angie's list.
Angie's list. And hold on. That's not vetting someone. That's selecting someone. So how did you vet him off of Angie's list? This is where you found him on Angie's list.
Yes, I believe I did.
Oh my God.
But yes, improper vetting and paying.
Well, there's there was zero vetting and 0 cents to give $18,000 to someone up front is absolutely ridiculous. I am so sorry, but I don't think there's a chance in hell you're going to get this money back. Do you have money to finish?
I have money to finish it.
I don't mean to finish it. Do you have money to do the job?
Not accumulated right now. I have to save up.
I'm
again.
so sorry for you, man. I really am. I'm not angry with you or anything. It's just too bad that people do this and they trust these clowns.
It is. It's terrible.
So have you looked up, have you tried to find this guy at all?
Well,
do you have a phone number?
Yes, I have a phone number.
Does it still work?
Yes, it does.
What's his phone number?
720-781-8253.
And does he answer?
Only an answering machine.
Okay.
When I called the state, he answered them, and then after the state called me back and said, yeah, I talked to him, and you should try to give him a call. So I called him, and then he answered. At least he answered. And we talked.
When was last time?
When
was last time you talked to him?
About 2 months ago.
And he was going to come out and finish.
Yeah, he was going to have assemble a new crew and come out, and for the price that I paid him, he says, I can't just give you a refund. He says, I don't have that resource, but I can come out and finish the job and charge you for the remainder of the contract.
Hold on a second here. Let's see. Hold on.
Okay, all right.
Hello.
This is Tom Martino. You're live on my radio show because you're ripping people off, you scumbag. Joe Perkowitz, you're ripping people off. What do you have to say about that? Mark paid you $18,000 and you didn't show up. We're coming after you legally. We're going to have you arrested under the Contractors Trust Act. What do you think about that, Joe?
Hello?
Yeah, what do you think about that? This is Tom Martino. You're live on the air, and you got paid $18,000 up front from Mark, and he didn't get anything.
I don't know who you're talking about, man. Have a good day.
Yeah, right. Scumbag.
Yeah.
Is that him?
He knows.
Is that him?
That was him. Yep. That was him.
Yeah, well, at least we got through to him, didn't we?
Sure. See, he's blocking mine. He's either blocking or filtering my number so that he knows who's calling.
Hmm.
See, now he won't answer.
Of course he won't.
No.
Yeah, this is Tom Martino. You're live on the air. We're letting people know what a scumbag you are for ripping people off. Are you going to come through for this guy and give his money back?
Who are you looking for, sir?
I'm looking for you. Talk to him, bro. Talk to him. Go ahead. Talk to him, Mark.
Joe, come on. Give me a confirmed date and tell me that you're coming out and finishing my work. Because I'm getting tired of being put off.
Do you hear Mark?
Hello?
You took $18,000 from Mark, and you did not finish his. You didn't start his job as concrete.
Hello?
Yeah, we're here, man.
Hello?
Hello. What's going on, Joe? Joe Perkowitz. I'd call him right now, Mark. Or is he blocking your number?
Well, from my cell phone?
Yeah, I'm going to let you go, and then you're going to call us back. Call him right back. Call him. He'll answer. Go ahead. And then call me back, 303-713-8255. I am so tired of scum-sucking pigs. I'm so tired of people getting ripped off. And you know why? Because that is what our society is now. People get ripped off and nobody cares. People shoplift and nobody cares. People steal, nobody cares. Okay, I'm going to answer. Yeah, this is Tom Martino on my radio show. What's going on?
Hello?
Yes, hello. How are you?
Hi.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So, Mark wants...
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay, I'm sorry, man. Okay, listen. As I said, I'm calling for my radio show. We do a consumer show where people call in with problems. And Mark, are you there, Mark? Is Mark still there? Mark said he paid you $18,000 last year to have concrete poured in his home. And you have done nothing. You sent a guy out there, and the guy tore up the ground, but you did no work.
It's untrue. That's untrue. Mark didn't pay me anything. Mark paid a team to go out there, and they came across an agreement, and they...
that guy wasn't yours? That guy wasn't yours that he paid?
That guy that he made an agreement with, it has another name. I don't know what his exact name is, but Mark knows his name.
So that guy didn't work for you?
His name is Scott.
No, he gave him my business card, and he drove my business truck because he stole it off the street, and I've already reported it.
Hold on. Mark, this guy is saying he's a victim. Joe is saying he's a victim here.
Yeah.
Mark?
I have never met Mark in my life. Mark knows that.
Hey, Mark, have you ever met Joe?
Yeah. Yes, he came here with Scott.
No,
his foreman.
No, he never met me. He met some other gentlemen. He knows their names. And he gave those gentlemen some money to repair his backyard.
So those people did not work for you?
No, they did not work for me. They stole my work truck. And, in fact, Mark still has my tools out of my work truck that they stole and that he stole out of my work truck in trying to recur some of his money. I'm not sure exactly. I told him when I come in town, I have no problem coming there and talking to him in person. And he'll see that he has never met me. Whoever he dealt with is who he dealt with. And I'm nice enough,
So, Joe, you swear to God, Joe, you have never met Mark before?
I swear to God. I have never met Mark a day in my life. He has met other gentlemen that has helped him.
Did other people say they were you?
It's possible. My name is all over my truck. My phone number is all over my business.
Did they? Hey, let me ask you something, Joe. Did you have these guys arrested?
I have pushed charges already. I have reported my truck stolen. I have reported my tools stolen, which Mark has already told me he has. I've done everything I can.
Hey, Mark, do you believe Joe here, or does he sound familiar? Does his voice sound like the guy you met?
Yes.
Well, are you sure of that?
Yes, and if I see a picture of Joe, I can identify him. But Joe says that I stole tools out of his truck, and that's not correct.
We're just trying to help a guy out that spent $18,000, man.
I could imagine, and I know of this story already. I didn't know it was quite to that exterior amount.
What's the guy's name that took the money? What's his name? Do you know?
Scott. I'm thinking of his last name. I know him as Scott.
And Scott never worked for you?
No, he did in the past. He was fired, and he came back and stole my work truck, and that's how it's been. And I didn't know how long he had it, and how long he was doing all this before I actually found out that the work truck wasn't in the yard.
Yes, this truck, by the way, Tom, this truck was abandoned by Scott's house that got evicted. And when I went to take pictures of his truck, I saw a robbery in progress.
But that has nothing to do with Joe. That has nothing to do with Joe.
I stopped the robbery. And
Go ahead. And what happened?
The tools. I told Joe, come and get your tools.
Okay, listen. Joe, I'm just saying something. Joe here could be telling the truth about Scott ripping him off, especially if you've never met him before. Hey, Joe, are you on? Here's what I want to do. I want to do a lineup of photos to see if he can pick you out.
I have no problem with that.
Okay, could you, if you could do me a favor, now you don't have to do anything, but if you could do me a favor, and if you can email us a picture, I promise you I won't show it to Mark until I put it up against other pictures. I swear to you. Joe,
I don't know about that. I got Mark's information, and I could send Mark a picture so that he knows.
Yeah, but if you send, okay, Mark, why don't you call Scott off the air right now? Call him off the air and have him text you a picture, because he swears he's not the person you dealt with.
That's right, and he knows that. He knows who he was talking to, and he dealt with them. From what I've learned, he dealt with them quite a few times.
Yeah, Scott and Vincent both, and Leo.
But he had the contract under my company's name, so I told him I have no problems when I come back in town this summer and coming back to the project and meeting him in person and going over exactly what was done and exactly what is needed to be. From what I was told, they did do some work, and I'm sorry that he paid more than he should have. Is what I'm getting to the determination here, that he shouldn't have gave as much as he has, assuming that he should have gave some, because obviously some work was done.
Well, so he said they tore up the ground to get it ready, and here's the other thing. He said he has $10,000 due when the job is done. So
okay, that's good. That's good, because that leaves us some money to fix this job. And he also came up with a simpler format to get this job done. So I don't, okay, I left the boiling water on here.
Okay, I'm going to listen, I want Mark to call you and get a picture. Mark, why don't you, let's give him the benefit of the doubt until we find out differently, because he's saying he was ripped off. Hold on, and we'll do that. Listen, thank you, by the way, I appreciate that. And then let's just see what's going on here. I want you to call him right now, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Do I owe you a break here, Shannon? Did I not take... Am I overtime?
Yes, sir.
Okay, more coming right up. Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Think Plumline Services. With quality brands like Carrier and always plumb crazy value. I use Plumline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics. Clear drains, fix leaks, wiring, and quality Carrier systems. Plumline Services. From Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Service at home. Servants at heart. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Jordan Chiano is going to talk about the event this week, Thursday. That's Thursday night, 6:30 at the Sheraton DTC. Go ahead, Jordan. Tell us what's in store. And people, I want them to know something. You're not going to be there trying to sell them stuff. Tell them what we're going to talk about.
That's right. We're giving educational knowledge. I mean, we find that there's too much financial information in this world that it's too hard to make decisions, whether it's protecting your money from market crashes, from economy downturns, or if it's just simply just trying to figure out what are the right mortgages, how do you save on taxes, long-term care, Social Security. This is what we do. We have Become the Banker, one of the best renowned financial strategies, and you know this, Tom, this has been around for many, many, many years, talking about building tax free money. We need to get Uncle Sam out of our pockets and also just make sure that we're not stuck to the stock market. So that's what we do with people are going to find out information how to get ahead financially and protect themselves.
And all they have to do is call to get a reserve seat, and there's no charge. So the number is 303-779-6600. It's coming up in just 2 nights. That's Thursday night. That's 303-779-6600, 779-6600. Now, I want to tell you about an attorney at law as one of our experts on the show here for personal injury, and that's John Fuller, Fuller Law. Now, you've heard me talk about John and what he does for consumers who call him for help. He urges you to call him if you're in an accident, you've been injured, you have questions, because he'll give you ideas of what to do right off the bat so you don't lose any of your rights and you don't make any stupid moves, and that's all free of charge, complimentary. If you decide to hire John, and you will get to talk to him, so if you decide to hire him, you can do it on a percentage fee basis, and there's no money out of pocket. He will give you his cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. He believes in that personal touch when it comes to personal injury. Notice the Fuller difference. 303-597-4500, 597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co.
You.
I'm done.
So what did you think of that exchange? Who do you think?
It raises interesting questions legally. We've got someone out there acting through.
We're done with Mark, right?
But it was.
I know.
All right, Mark, he
put that
wants
in
you to
there.
call him.
We get told this a lot.
Mark?
I
This
do
is
too,
Mark?
you know. But I mean,
Mark,
I
he
always give him
wants
the
you
benefit
to
of the doubt.
call Joe.
Last thing I want to do is have him on
Whoever.
accuse him.
Steve or whatever.
You did?
Because I can always. I always seem to have just what I don't. I have almost everything I need except what I really need in my drawers here from my studio. Have you ever? Do you know how many times?
Okay, we're going to go ahead and
What
put
is
that
it?
on as a follow-up. Hang on for me.
Real big example.
Oh, this whole nightmare.
And then I throw them out. Right after that.
Find out why you did it. That's why I have the box report. We all have the box report.
I swear to God, that's happened to me so much I got pissed.
Everybody has the box of power report. The whole things that got with it.
I know it. And it's like, what? So your kids
Hey, Dan. Hey, Dan. Am I not up?
You're up.
You're up.
Hey, Dan.
Educational stuff, courses.
Dan's got his headsets off.
I say, I still want you to learn that. I want you to work. I want you to do that. I want you to work. Yeah, but you always
If that's Dan.
just to
Yeah,
get shit. I'm not
This
sure.
whole story just keeps raveling and unraveling and spreading its own wealth. It's very bizarre.
Monster.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. You're a troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Mark, I want Mark to call. I'm not taking Mark. I want Mark to call him off the air and see what we can.
Spoke to him.
What's that? Oh, he did. I'm sorry. Okay. There you go. Mark,
Any answer?
go ahead.
Yes.
Did you talk to him off the air?
Tom, yes, I talked to him off the air, and he says, "Oh, so you went behind my back?" And he says, "We had an agreement to do this."
Yeah, but
later
that
this
doesn't
summer."
mean it was him. He told me that he was going to work out something with you. But are you sure that is the guy that you have previously met with?
Well, if someone else was impersonating his name, then I don't know his face.
But what about his voice? Usually people, I mean, I would know if I had met the guy and talked to him before by talking to him, right?
Right, and I talked, well, how would I get him?
I don't know. No, what I'm asking you is, does the voice sound familiar to you?
Yes, sir.
Does it sound familiar because you've talked to him before on the phone or from when you met him in person?
Well, if he had someone impersonating his name and saying he was Joe when they came here, then I was spoofed.
But
by his
I
contract.
guess I'm not getting my point across. When I talk to someone, I can tell if I talk to them again, unless they disguise their voice or something. But does that make sense to you?
Joe is an
Does
Italian
that
guy,
voice sound
and
familiar to you as someone you met?
Yes, it does. Joe Perkowitz is an Italian guy, and this is an Italian guy.
Perkowitz is
that
not
I
Italian. What are you kidding me? Perkowitz is not Italian.
Well, I don't know.
Okay. Listen, I want to help you, but I want you. So listen. What he was saying to you is, you went behind my back, meaning, I told you I would take care of it. This guy might feel like, I don't know if he's telling the truth or not, but he's claiming he never met you before. I mean, that's a pretty ballsy statement. He said you wouldn't even be able to pick
it is.
Well, and you don't sound so sure, to be honest with you. You don't.
Well, I think I've been deceived in more than one way.
Oh,
and
you've probably been deceived. I don't know by who, but you probably have been. The thing is, did his employee take the money while he's out of town and pose as him to get money? That's not unheard of. Or did this guy subcontract it or have an employee do it, and then once the money's gone, he plays stupid? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay.
I don't know how to prove it.
Okay, what you have to do is get an eyeball on him and see if you've met him before. And if he's the guy you met, then you need to take him to small claims court. Well, no, that's $18,000. You're not going to go to small. We need to pursue the Contractors Trust Act. But you're not going to do it if this guy just denies ever meeting you. So somehow we need to find a picture of this guy, and we need to figure out if you know him or not. Somebody go on Facebook.
Right.
Start looking on the internet, man. Joe Perkowitz. And that's not Italian, just for the record, but...
Well, appreciate that.
I mean, it's no Italian I know that's named Perkowitz, but what I would do is...
Well, I'm probably wrong, but I mean, the guy that I met was the guy that presented himself as Joe when they came here, and I handed a down payment of $5,000 to in cash. He took it, and I have an initial on his contract here that they took a down payment, and then the second down payment was taken by his contractor Scott or Vincent. I don't know which one.
Well, guess what? On the Better Business Bureau, he's got an A+ and a 5.5 and 5 rating. But
you'll see my comment in there too. Because
you know why? Because the Better Business Bureau, they're a bunch of dinosaurs too. I mean, they don't know good from bad. They're the biggest joke. I swear to God, I can't believe they're still in business, ripping companies off with membership fees. I just can't believe it. I'm trying to find something online. Go on Facebook and search for this guy, man. I mean, or YouTube morons, do some searching. And
all right, yeah.
Okay, call us back, man. Go on Facebook, go anywhere. Let's try to find this guy. I mean, he is saying you never met him. I'm wondering why, though, he didn't send me a photo. That's the part that bothers me. He wouldn't send us one. 303-713-8255. We got another follow-up here with Milton, but, man, I got to take a break. I'm running behind time. People are pissed off at me. But bottom line, we want to fight for you. 888heating.com. They want to take care of you. If you have a problem, they're honest and value. That's what they believe in, honesty and value. When it comes to your air conditioner, they do high-efficiency units as well to save you money. 303-770-2776.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Several slow spots throughout the Denver metro for the late morning commute. Through downtown, I-25 northbound at 8th Avenue. A stalled RV in the left lane has slow driving back from the Washington Street overpass. We're seeing about an 11-minute delay there. West of there through Jeffco, I-70 westbound at 44th and Ward Road. A left lane closed for road maintenance with slow driving back from Wadsworth. And north of there, back to I-25 southbound this time at 84th. A crash off on the right shoulder with delays back from 104th. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, high 77 today, cooling down after yesterday, overnight low of 51. The current temperature in Denver is 66 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Why make things harder than they need to be? There's a better way to save time and money. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Ideal Home Loans for your next ideal home loan. If you're looking for a loan, they have the interest rate guarantee. That means when rates go down, if they go down, they refinance you free of charge. No other lender can offer that. So get rid of that high interest debt. Get an overall cheaper monthly outlay, even if your rate does go up a little. Or when you're looking to buy a house, don't put it off. Prices are pretty reasonable right now because of the interest rates. And then you get the interest rate guarantee. IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000. ExcelRoofing.com. You know what? Excel as in excellent, I like to say, EXCEL. The only roofer that does all of these things. First and foremost, they don't take a cent until you're content. You never get trapped by putting money down, and they have no penalties. No other roofer does that. You can get out of a contract if you're dissatisfied. Now, here's the other thing. The next thing is they will not make you sign anything to take a look at your roof like other roofers do. They're a cut above Excel Roofing. That's why they're the ones I call when I need a roof. And you should too. 303-761-6400. 303-761-6400. ExcelRoofing.com. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. The name really says it all. And it's a family-owned and operated business where they consult you on your retirement. The younger, the better. They help you build a nest egg. They have different techniques for doing that, then protecting the nest egg, and then converting it to income. You know, they really do a good job assessing your needs and coming up with a plan. You should call them, rpcenter.com. They'll meet with you, of course, with no obligation whatsoever, until you're fully satisfied with what they do and how they save you money far beyond the modest fees they have. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. rpcenter.com.
Thank you. 2.5.
Thanks. Now, why is Mark still on, though? I'm going to get rid of him.
Hold on.
I'll do it. I want to try to find this.
Hold on.
What?
No excuses, Kelly.
No excuses.
No, he's gone. He went bye-bye.
Tom, do you copy me?
Yeah, I do, Chopper.
What happens if Joe would send Mark a phony picture because he knows they met with each other?
Oh. Yeah, that's right. How would we know? You're right.
Hey, does Dan
Correct.
have his headphones on?
Yeah.
Hey, Dan? Did you get my text?
I did, yes.
Okay. Can we talk later?
Yep.
Do you think it's going to be, like, a lot?
I mean...
To divorce Adam?
He doesn't do divorce.
I do.
And he doesn't sue employers.
I don't know what you consider a lot. We can tell you very specifically based on what you choose, because you got a couple different options to do what you just you text me about. So
Okay.
yeah, I will. I will definitely follow up with you.
By the way, I'll turn off our mics right now.
They're running this Hanks commercial. I don't get what the problem is. He wants to end immigration. Why is that bad?
Everybody have
It's the
big plans for Juneteenth?
Yes, Shannon, you're working.
Oh, fucking guy.
It's on, yeah.
Like
Are
I
you on
said,
program?
if you want us to do
No.
4 to 5,
Are you going to Coors Field?
Yeah.
You're going to have to hear multiple anthems.
Stop.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. Here we go.
We got 20.
630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So Milton called with an RV problem, trying to find the original call. Deputy Chopper took care of it. And what was the original issue here? Just remind me, and I'll find the call while I'm talking to you guys. Go ahead.
It's on May 23rd. He bought
Got it. Oh, I found it. Okay, a Class C motorhome, Jayco Red Hawk. I remember this, and the dealer was in Texarkana. $90,000 he paid for this, and waited for the power converter to be fixed, right? And so, what's the big deal now? What was that all about? Did they fix it or not?
Not really, Tom. I get to the Gong Show. I can't do anything with this. He's going to tell you about it. It's full of rust. This is one of those. They're pointing fingers at each other, and no one's willing to help
Wait a minute.
them.
I didn't hear about the rust. Hold on. So, I remember the faulty ground wires because it was rusted on the frame, and he thinks it's been in a flood.
Correct, but the dealer thinks it got salt on it or something when they drove it down here.
Okay. So, are you there, Milton?
Hey, Tom, am I on?
You're on now, sir. Yes.
Okay. No, I don't think it was in a flood. I think it ran through that chloride or salt for road salt. In fact, I even checked the weather. This thing was delivered on December 19th of 22.
Yeah, but what's wrong with it then? There's nothing wrong with it if it ran through outside elements. Well, I mean, that's not their fault, right?
Well, no. But what happened? I checked the weather from the factory down to Texarkana, and it was snowing almost the whole route.
Okay.
They had light snow that whole day and the weekend before that, because they probably picked it up on Friday and drove it down over the weekend because it was delivered on Monday. But if they ran through mad chloride or road salt, and all the stuff got coated underneath it, and then it was parked for over a year, and it never got washed off. There's enough humidity in Texarkana to rust this thing just like it is. That's what I think happened. I wasn't there. I didn't see it. I can't prove it. But I think if I took a sample of that white stuff that's on there right now and brought it to a chemist, he can probably verify that's what it is.
Well, I don't think they're doubting it, right, Chopper? They're not doubting it drove through weather.
That's what they're saying. The problem is no one knows how to fix it or wants to fix it.
Well, Jayco is the manufacturer. I bought a brand new unit. I went to Texarkana to get a deal because the 24s had been out for months and they were discounting the 23s. That's why.
Did you buy it direct from Jayco?
No, I bought it from the dealer, Greg R. Marine and RV in Texarkana.
Greg R.
And I felt confident in doing that because it's a brand new unit with the Jayco.
No, I get what you're saying. It's brand new, but it had been exposed to the elements. It's really no different than a brand new car they take and move around the lot, and it sits there. And if it depends on how bad this rust is. I mean, is the frame rotting, for God's sakes, or is it just surface rust?
Oh, no. It's the drive shaft is pitted. There's spots in the frame that are pitted. All the springs are rusty. The power unit, the hydraulic, the electric motor, and the hydraulic pump for the leveling jacks. This thing looks like it's been sitting outdoors, for years. I mean, like I said, on the top side, it's beautiful. But underneath this thing, it looks like a car that's been sitting in the junkyard for 5 or 10 years. I mean, the report that I sent to you guys that was done by another RV shop, the guy stated that it didn't look like it had less than 2,000 miles. It looked like a used vehicle with over 100,000 miles, and it's his opinion it should have never been sold as new.
Well, listen, man. If it drove through one storm on delivery, it's hard. Why would somebody say it looks like it's 100,000 miles?
Because that's the way it looks. I think I sent you some pictures.
Yeah, but they didn't show much. I mean, you can't see how. What would it take to sand it and or to bead blast it and to recoat it?
Okay, and I've got one estimate right now, and I sent this gentleman pictures. I've used him before. I think he does really good work. Empire Truck, he's up in Commerce City.
Well, tell me, what will it cost?
He didn't actually see the vehicle yet. What's that?
What would it cost, do you know?
Okay, he sent me an estimate for $5,200 sight unseen. And he's going to have to wash it first to get all the salt off.
Well, sure, they have to put it up. They have to put it up on a lift. They have to power wash it, and then they have to probably bead blast some of it, and then recoat it.
Yes. And he says, depending on the brake lines are really rusty. He says they may have to be replaced. It depends on how deep the rust is on those. The drive shaft's going to have to be pulled and rebalanced because it's pitted so bad.
I'm not sure. Are you sure they're not just exaggerating? How can this possibly happen from simply driving around? That's what motorhomes do.
No, but Tom, you can go drive a motor. I've driven RVs through the snow since I've lived up here in 1989. I've never had this problem because eventually you run through some water that's going to wash it off. It doesn't get parked.
You're saying the problem is that they drove it and parked it for a year.
Yes, they never cleaned the bottom of it. They never got on the road with any kind of water on it to wash this stuff off.
All right, hold on a second. We'll be right back. Hold on.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Turkish Airlines.
Several slow spots throughout the Denver metro for the late morning commute through downtown. I-25 northbound at 8th Avenue. A stalled RV in the left lane has slow driving back from the Washington Street overpass. We're seeing about an 11-minute delay there. West of there through Jeffco, I-70 westbound at 44th and Ward Road. Left lane closed for road maintenance with slow driving back from Wadsworth. And north of there, back to I-25 southbound this time at 84th. A crash off on the right shoulder with delays back from 104th. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, high 77 today, cooling down after yesterday, overnight low of 51. The current temperature in Denver is 66 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Denver, welcome on board. Now, Turkish Airlines connects Denver to the world. Flights from June 11th. Details at turkishairlines.com.
Yeah, what do I do? Tell me what I do, Shannon. What should I do?
Oh, Joe Lazzara.
Okay. Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney, and I hope that you really never need him. But you know what? Here's the point. When people are accused of a crime, it doesn't mean they're guilty. Sometimes there are extenuating circumstances. Sometimes they're just, I don't know. There's things all the time. Falsely accused, maybe, stupid mistakes, whatever it is. I'm not going to sit in judgment. What I am going to tell you is you should never look for a defense attorney when you're under pressure. I've done the shopping for you. I know Joe Lazzara, and he is a really good guy with a good work ethic and will defend you tenaciously. 303-429-6200. He does so with flat rate pricing. 303-429-6200. 6200. Made in the Shade, those are window covering people, and they are so cool the way they do their business. First and foremost, they have a designer and a measurer that come out and take care of all the measurements and suggestions on where to put what. They try to hit your budget. When you finally come up with what you want, then they order and install and stand behind it all. That's Made in the Shade. DenverShades.co is the website. DenverShades.co. And the number is, let's see, Made in the Shade. It's right here. 720-458-6566. Sheridan Auto Tech is honest. Sheridan Auto Tech is value. Sheridan Auto Tech is truly skillful, and it's everything you want when it comes to auto repair and maintenance. And by the way, pre-buy inspections for used cars as well. SheridanAutoTech.com. 303-455-7242.
The sign says, "Sorry, I suck." I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I just realized there was nothing there when you...
I didn't know I didn't hit send. Big dummy. God dang it. I try not to do that to you too often.
Yeah, I know. I usually notice it, but...
Yeah.
That was priceless. Shannon?
Shannon, what am I doing?
What am I doing?
Oh, I didn't even know. Oh, that's right.
That was so much inside baseball.
Ah,
That was
the
perfect.
idiot.
You're so good, Shannon.
Well, based on our last call, I was hoping to find out where I can get my undercarriage blasted, but never mind. I don't deserve it now. Need a good bead blast and a recoating.
No, what is that restaurant that's right by DU that has
There's a
the Creole food?
Creole food?
Yeah.
Not the falafel house or whatever it is.
No, that's
not
Jerusalem.
the Mediterranean one.
That's
Yeah,
Jerusalem.
Oh, that place is good.
It really is.
It's been there so long. It's been there more than 40 years.
About the one right on
So is Israel.
Evans.
I don't know that one.
Lorraine's. It starts with an L. Lucille's.
Oh, Lucille's good.
Lucille's.
Got that chicory coffee and beignets.
Yeah, yeah. Well, no. You know what's really good there?
No?
They have fantastic fried chicken.
Oh, okay. Well, I'd do just about anything for some etouffee.
I remember etouffee.
Remember Bayou Bob's downtown for a long time. He just closed up a few years ago, but had the best, I thought, especially for the price.
Shannon, were you on Sherman Street with us? Downtown?
No, I don't go that far back.
Okay.
I was
Kenyon.
Yeah, most of the entire time at Kenyon. Because you guys had just moved in when Mason, Lewis, and I came over from KNUS, from the implosion at KNUS.
Right.
Barenfeld brought over Mason, and then Mason brought me over. Well, it wasn't an implosion. Salem bought us.
Which show did you work on at KNUS?
Oh.
Peter?
No, he wasn't there at the time. I did Ken Hamblin.
Oh.
Gosh, Bob Heckler. Remember
Hey,
that guy at all time?
now I do. That you mentioned it. What is Hamlin doing
His
now?
family was part of the gun manufacturers Heckler and Koch.
What's Kenny doing now? Do you know?
No idea. No idea. And Tom Jensen was there, and Jim Turner was the first show I worked on.
Hey, do you remember?
Huh.
Yeah, Tom. That
What,
was
him? Yeah. Jensen,
I just
sure.
can't believe he did that.
I can't believe that he saved the most masculine thing he ever did until it was the last thing he ever did.
Do you know? I had
gun.
dinner with him 3 nights before.
Golly, I'm blaming you then.
No,
All right.
he was totally happy.
Till dinner, till you picked up the tab. Here we go.
Radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Randy has a comment on Milton's RV that had all that rust and everything. What's your comment, Milton? I mean, Randy, what is your comment?
Well, I would guess that's probably on a Ford cab chassis. I would think Ford or the manufacturer, if that's what's rusting, you got to go back on them for warranty because they undercoat it and guarantee against rust for a period of time. Now, if it's a coach body, then that would be Jayco.
That's a good point you're bringing. Milton, what kind of frame, what kind of drivetrain is it on?
Okay, yes. It's on a Ford E450. And it is a brand new 2023.
What does Ford say about it?
You know, it's only got well, I haven't brought it to Ford.
You know what?
And,
That's a good. Randy's got a good idea.
The one thing is, okay. Actually,
I'll drag out your warranty manual and see what it says on warranty for
people I hired are the RV people that are hired to come out here and look at it. They are a Ford dealer.
But okay, well, you ought to talk to Ford. If they, I don't know if they have a warranty on rust and on the undercoating and all that, but you ought to check it out. That's one thing to try. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Get your calls in.
Get out.
You are out. Are we done with Milton?
Now, what are we going to do with Milton?
I'll talk to him.
What's that?
I'll talk to Milton and let it go, make it go away.
Okay. You can pick up the phone in there if you want.
Yeah. Just make sure you do it from the left.
Do you want to walk him through that one time?
Yep.
Because when Tom's out, somebody should sit at that number one spot.
This is Chopper, Milton. You hear me? Yeah, Tom will be done with you. You know what? I think that's an excellent suggestion. I should have thought of it, but I didn't. About the Ford dealer. Besides that, I don't want to say this is a dead issue, but I don't know how I can help you anymore except for moral support. You know, we've kind of talked about us lying and stuff, but you know what I'm saying. No, I understand that. Yeah, we talked about. Yeah. Yeah. Let me do some research with the people around here on what they think might be the best Ford dealer, and I'll send that to you in an email. So it may. Yeah, but you can if you meet officers like I used to be that have any common sense, and you tell them you're going in for repair, you know. But if you meet a state patrolman, I understand what you're saying, you know. Yeah.
You're so funny.
Well, it's going to be better.
With packing my lunch.
Be better than nothing.
I mean, like, I have not eaten this much food, and I don't know how long, but it's just hilarious that it's like, okay, we're going to put this in there. We're going to put this in there. We're going to put a Twinkie in there. There's, like, no vegetables, no fruit. Hey, so Dan McKenzie is our guest today. So I emailed him about what we talked about. Dan McKenzie. He's a lawyer, wills, trusts.
You did a good job on the air.
Wills, all that good stuff. Yeah. So I texted him, and he's going to work with us. Okay? All right. Love you. All right, bye.
Love you too.
Very rare.
Oh, shut up.
Sometimes
A little.
Mark will do it.
Yeah.
But that's
At least we're honest with each other.
I'm never dishonest.
Yeah, saw that.
Painfully honest.
Fucking retard. Kelly. And I understand it from inside your perspective. It didn't seem, but it's just like new kid, new.
Is Kelly in there?
That's all.
Well,
That's
I
all
love
I'm
that
saying.
he said Dom for his name.
That's quick and funny.
It
And
was.
what's your name?
Kelly,
Yep.
honest, I pushed my computer and only touched the keyboard of the
okay.
other one.
Let me go. Okay, hold on.
right.
It may just be asleep. I don't know.
It's the computer, Chopper. It's not you.
Maybe it went to sleep or something. I mean, I just hit the keyboard.
With your laptop, right?
Yeah, with my laptop. I may have killed it.
Oh.
I don't need. I'm on my.
Yeah. No, there's a bigger problem. I can put you over here.
Could it be that I nailed a power switch?
No.
Okay.
Oh. When you were plugging in your thing?
No, that I had it on way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Boy, the YouTubers loved when Tom went on the air and took on that guy.
Oh, yeah.
That was the old
I
days.
never looked at the YouTube
They thought that was good radio again. Everyone's an expert.
Thank you, Shani Poo.
Oh man, big fan. Kidding?
Do you need me to stab her or something? Is she being okay?
It's crazy how decent she's being.
Oh, yeah?
Although Noah came in to fix the speaker, and
Yeah.
she went
Okay.
full fucking white wine bitch at lunch, mean on him.
What for?
You know what I mean? Like, bad at server, mean at.
Oh,
I was
okay.
like, God damn, listen to yourself. Because he's like, well, it could be in the app. It's blown! I know what I'm talking about. I'm like, would you shut the fuck up? New kid here who's,
We got a new
fucking
kid. What's
quit.
his name?
Noah.
Noah.
He's
Okay.
big kid, good guy, whatever.
Okay.
IR needs dumping on him. But
You're
to
meeting
his
with a new kid?
But to his credit,
I didn't
hang
know-
on.
Wait!
Let me tell the best part. She goes, and what's your name? He goes, Dom. Fucking perfect. Perfect.
True story.
He's
True
smart.
story.
He's smart. I love
Oh,
that kid.
smart and
Yes,
quick already.
yes, he's good at
Here you go,
that.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. We've had a lot going on here ladies and germs, and here to help you any way we can do it. So let's go to the phones and see what we can do. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. I have Dan McKenzie with me today from McKenzie Law Firm. We're talking about McKenzie Law, and we're talking about estate planning as well as other stuff. And some of the notable calls today, we've had a lot going on. And really, we've had some famous family from Rocky's Auto's grandson called in about their estate there with the granddad founders of Rocky's, deceased now, and what happens when you have a prenup that seems to conflict with a will. Does a will take precedent over everything? Dan McKenzie, that's a fair question. A prenup and a will, how do they jive or not jive?
Well, the prenup is just an agreement between two spouses. So it's not really a statement of your testamentary intent. It's just saying, we agree, we don't have to include each other
So
in
if
claims.
you said in a prenup that while my wife might be entitled to 50% by statute, she agrees to take 10%. Can you actually say that? Can a wife disinherit herself? Can she agree to take?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay.
This is very common where people have separate kids and
Okay,
they come
good.
into the marriage with their own assets.
So they can say, in this prenup, you agree to take 10% or nothing of my estate. You can actually, okay.
Yes.
And then you can say, my intent is to leave everything to my two sons. If you say that, but don't do it in a will, does that prenup, does that hold any weight? It might hold weight for the 10% for the wife, right? But it doesn't hold or do you tell me, what would happen if all there was a prenup?
Yeah. I mean, a will has very specific requirements. You know, it's got to show that it's reflecting the person's testamentary intent. It's got to be witnessed or notarized, preferably both. It's got to be signed. I mean, it's got all these requirements that a prenup usually doesn't meet all those. So usually the prenup is more of a contract, right? So it's not usually a
And a
testamentary
will is not a
document.
contract.
No.
I often wondered, why do wills even have to be followed? Is there a law that says the will, when a person's dead, they're dead, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
their will actually, it survives them.
Yeah, it is an interesting question. Should deceased people be able to direct where assets go? And
And they
most
do.
people
They
think
can.
yes. Yeah, I mean,
Because it's
yeah.
theirs.
Yeah.
Now, we talked about the date of death valuation.
Right.
When you have a piece of property, a real estate, the day that person dies, you basically have a freeze date where that is valued. So if they bought it for $50,000, the day they die it's worth $200,000. Then you sell it for $200,000. You're not going to have to go back to $50,000 and calculate capital gains, right?
Right.
Okay. But there's an alternate date you can use. Why is that?
For more volatile assets, I mean, like if you've got a stock portfolio, this person passed away, they have a stock portfolio, and then, shortly after they pass away, there's a terrible stock market day, and it loses 10%. Like, should the beneficiaries receive it? Should the estate be taxed at that higher rate? When it's like, this happened 2 months later. We had, suddenly this event happened in the stock market. This thing's worth 10% less. So the IRS gives you 2 dates to choose from, and the PR, the personal representative, gets to choose.
So you can choose the date of death valuation or 9 months later?
6 months later.
Oh, 6 months later.
Yeah.
And is it exactly 6 months?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you're not going to get to.
What if you're waiting for the 6 months and things don't change the way you wanted them to?
Yeah.
Can you go back to the date of death?
Yeah, I mean, you wait the 6 months, and then you get to choose between the two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you had people then change to the 6 months? What if the house goes up in value during that 6 months? Then you can take the higher value.
Yeah, no. The rule is that it has to have dropped in value, and it has to be done because the estate is going to pay a lower estate tax. We're not doing this to be like vindictive and stick people with lower capital gains basis, for example. Like the personal representative cannot do this and then say, haha, I never liked you, brother, so I'm going to give you the lower capital gains basis. It has to be a benefit to the estate. So there's some very specific circumstances.
Okay. It has to benefit the estate.
Yeah.
And again, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We can talk about anything, not just estates. But I do want to ask this. Is there, and we've talked about it before, I don't want to really exhaust this topic, but even recently while I was looking into the law specifically, because I was taking a test, I won't get into that, but the law was saying, you know, this triggers gift tax, this doesn't trigger gift tax. For example, a 529 college plan. If you start a 529 college plan for your kids, that's tax-deferred savings, non-deductible contribution, but there's no limit to the contribution. You can donate for your kids' college, right?
Yeah, I would have to look at it.
And as long as they use it for college,
yeah,
there's no tax on the earnings.
Correct.
Now, here's what I want to know. They said, is it exempt from gift tax? Does it count against your gift tax exemption? Do you remember or not?
I don't. I did you just say that your understanding is that there's no cap on what you can put in there? Because
I thought there was, or was it? It's such a
right
high cap. It's such a big cap.
I could research that.
Yeah, well, we could probably do it in a minute here. But in any case, what is exempt from gift tax? Now, obviously, when we talk about gift tax, people, let's clarify this. Everyone has an exemption up to a certain amount before you pay gift tax. And that is a big, high exemption right now. It's up to like, what, 16 million?
Over 13 million.
Over
per
13.
person.
So if you and your wife have an estate of $20 million, you can literally give every dime away and not pay a tax on it, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you go over your exemption, then you start paying tax. But it even goes one step further than that. There are some things that are exempt, which means they don't count against your limit. Mm-hmm. So if you want to preserve that $13 million exemption, then you give away things under a certain amount and they don't go against it.
Yeah.
Okay? And a lot of people confuse that, thinking if they go over that minimum amount, they are taxed on it. They are not taxed on it. It simply goes against your exemption. Yeah. So you may have a $13 million exemption. And let's say you give away a ton of stuff, and at the time of your death, you only have an $8 million exemption. And most people aren't going to be touched by this. But I bring it up for a reason. Because people go through extreme hardships sometimes to try to gift stuff to their kids, thinking they have to do it that way to avoid gift tax. Do you often explain to people you don't have to worry about it?
Yeah. I mean, if I have $5 million and I give my kid $3 million of it, right, way over what I'm allowed to give them, I just have to report that $3 million to the IRS. They're going to look at what I have when I pass away, and they're going to see, oh, he had well below the estate tax.
So do they keep track of your gifts above $14,000 a year or $16,000 a year?
Yes, because you're supposed to report those in a gift tax return.
And if you don't, is there a penalty?
Yeah, I mean, it could cause big problems down the road.
It
and
can.
I've been told the IRS is pretty good at actually figuring
Even
these things
if
out.
you don't go above your exemption?
No. Oh, yeah, yes, yeah. I mean, there could be, yes, they might look at gifts. And
So if you give away 20 grand, 16 of it is exempt, and then you have to count 4 of it against your lifetime exemption.
Correct. But this is per person, so like if my
Right.
wife and I want to give, we have 4 kids, we can give each of them the $32,000. We can give away $128,000
If you wanted to.
without filing a gift tax return. If we give it to each of them.
And all that happens when you file a gift tax return is you don't pay tax. It just goes against your exemption.
It will count against your exemption when you pass away.
And somewhere, somehow, the IRS is keeping track of this.
Yeah.
So they'll know, literally, they keep track of it. So if you file a gift tax return on your Social Security number and it says you gave away X amount of dollars, they have a calculator in the sky that tells you how much you have left.
I mean, eventually, so yeah, I guess if you have to file an estate tax return eventually, they're going to add that amount to your estate.
Matt, you have a question on an RV. Go ahead, Matt. What's going on?
Yes, sir. I was just wondering if y'all had any companies in the Denver metro area that you knew of that did hail damage repair on a camping trailer, an RV?
Any dentless paint repair can do that. Are you looking for paintless dent repair or repairing dents in general?
They won't do paintless dent on a trailer because of it being the aluminum siding.
Wait a minute. Oh, wait. When you say a trailer, you mean like one you live in?
No, sir. Like an RV, a camper trailer, a 32-foot.
Okay. No, I get what you mean. So like a camper trailer with aluminum exterior skin, they won't do paintless dent repair on that?
No.
Okay.
They have to replace the panels.
I understand that. Okay, they're saying to get behind it and do all that is cheaper to replace them.
Exactly.
Okay, so what is your question? Do we know people that reside campers?
Yeah, or that do the, to the reskin of them, or...
Yes, I do know people that reskin them. And, well, you can go, I believe that Lazy Days does all of that.
Okay.
Lazy Days RV. Have you heard of LazyDays.com?
I have. So is it any of them or just the...
Well, no, they have to have the service facility. And I believe there's one. I want you to start here. And if not, let me know. But I think it's up at, well, I know where it is. It's exit 240 and I-25. I have the number. And they used to be Century RV, and they merged with Lazy Days. Good people. And they're up at I-25 and exit 240. That's north of the city. On Frontage Road there, they have a big, beautiful maintenance facility. And I believe they do body work and stuff. And here's what you can do. You can call them and see. It's 303-453-1111. I believe, I'm looking here to see what they say here. Okay, they do chassis repair. They do interior remodeling, upholstery services, collision repair, dent repair, paint repair, roof repair. Yep. Now, I don't know if they do that all at that one, but that's what their service facilities do.
They could direct me in the right direction.
I'm sure they can. And truly, these people, man, they're like the biggest game in town. They're all over the country. Lazy Days. So call up to that north location, 303-453-1111. Ask them up there. And then, as I said, if they don't actually do it there, they'll either have a sub they do it with, or they'll send you to one of their other locations. And that's lazydays.com. Teresa, what's going on with you, Teresa? Welcome.
Hi, Tom.
Hey.
Thank you for taking my call.
What's happening?
Can you hear me okay?
I sure can, yeah. I can hear you great.
Okay, great. Well, yesterday I received a letter. I have a condo in Parker, and currently I am renting that. And yesterday I received a letter saying that every owner is being sent a $5,000 special assessment bill due to the Homeowners Association has depleted reserves and
that's happening, Teresa. Let me give you a simple explanation. In every homeowner, in every HOA, in every single one of them, or condo association, in every single one of them, what there is a normal monthly payment people make, their fees, their dues, and all of that. And in every single one of the agreements, it says if you ever fall short, then you can assess owners. Now, people fall short sometimes, just normal maintenance and repairs. Sometimes people fall short because they're paving a parking lot. And other times they fall short because they have a giant deductible on their roof damage, and the insurance company will fix it, but you have to pay the deductible. So in all of those cases, they go into their reserves, and if they exhaust their reserves, or if the reserves get too low, they have the right to assess owners. And that's what's happening to you. Now, there are ways, depending on what the assessment is for, there are some coverages for that. But hold on, I have to take this break and we'll talk about it. It's a very important topic. It's affecting a lot of people right now.
Thank you. Didn't know. But, we got a vibe here. Hey, quick to these two.
Pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
No matter what, you want to take care of that air conditioner, and you can increase its efficiency by 30%. Do you know that dirt is the number one killer and efficiency killer of your AC and your furnace, by the way? FixMyHome.com, Fix It 24/7, has an extreme clean special for new customers. They want to show you how great they can do with a no breakdown guarantee and extreme clean tune and check for just $39. It's the best deal anywhere, up to 2 hours of cleaning, and your AC will run like new. That's FixMyHome.com, just $39, FixMyHome.com. Now, we have this Thursday, 6:30 in the evening, a free event from MyMoneyMyWay.com. That's Joe Chiano, certified financial planner, and his team will be there to impart information on saving for retirement, on Medicare, on also Social Security in general, on insurance, on equity in your home, on reverse loans, everything financial for an aging person. And what you really need to do is reserve a seat. 303-779-6600. That's 779-6600.
Exceptionally well done. It's me all day, by the way. Did Dragon tell you?
He's on vacay.
Dragon bailed.
Where's Dragon going?
He's dead to us. Who cares? He's not here. And I have yet to, but I will probably later today or early in the morning, stick your best of in there. And you guys are gone tomorrow, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, nappy Juneteenth, man. Have fun.
But back on Thursday.
Yeah.
Why can't they give Juneteenth a Monday? That's racist.
It does kind of suck that it falls in the middle of the week.
Yeah. Like I said, they should give it a Monday.
See, that's too bad. In this New York Post story, they're saying that Justin Timberlake getting pulled over this morning for the DUI in Long Island, that the police officer didn't recognize him. That's one of those, it's like, because of body cams, and I don't know if Chopper's listening to me, body cams and dash cams, you can't cut guys a break anymore. You can't say, hey, Justin, let me give you a ride home. Don't do it again.
Yeah, they showed pictures of him.
Because somebody like that deserves a bit of a break.
Do they have body cam of him?
I don't know. It said in the story here that the officer didn't recognize him or really know right away who it was. And it's like, man, it's like when Elway got a DUI here in town decades ago. It's like, don't give John a freaking DUI. Drive him home.
Right.
They don't do that anymore because don't they make like banks selling the mugshots to?
Oh, I don't know if
to magazines and like.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you just
what's
can't.
What's that one show that they have
like
a TV show?
TMZ.
TMZ. Thank you.
Oh,
That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, but it's. I think they can't get away with anything because of dash cams and body cams.
Well, yeah, but you're talking when John Elway got his, that was like early 80s.
He might have already been not playing. So it could have been like 02.
Oh, I don't think it was that late. I thought it was in like
I didn't think he was an active player. At least the
Are
one
you
I'm
sure?
thinking of was on I-25 coming up from the Springs. And it's that area where
Yeah.
you're going 75 and it goes to 65 and then like 55 for a minute. That's where they pop in.
Chopper. Is he on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
He's on.
Why was Hellcat a bad boy?
He kept on hammering Lazy
Oh.
It's calling them cons, and
Well, they're
screw
not.
people.
I don't know what he's talking about. We don't
That
get
computer
complaints
just
about him.
completely died.
Oh, okay. We can work on it.
It went.
I just thought it went one
no,
too many.
I mean, it's gotta either.
Understood. I can do that. Or I can do it after. I can do it after Ryan on the way out.
We don't need it for the rest
No.
of the day. I have Chopper set up on the other one.
I like that.
Well,
like
and
him
you know,
in the
JR
SUV.
also, I mean, I didn't delete it, but JR was saying really bad things about Rockies. We didn't have a problem with Rockies.
No, they were gone. I bought a car. Well, I used to go to signing events with Shagman and Audra and Officer Odell.
Now,
I
so
saw
fun.
that, Tom, on JR, but I thought you might. You
yeah,
could,
I didn't
you
care.
could do it.
Here's the deal, bro. They used to have complaints now and then because they're so big, but they took care of all of them.
Yeah. And I don't know about them pushing any actual junk on anybody.
Plus, you're buying things as is. I mean, come
Oh
on.
my God! There's 2 times I think there was a body in the trunk of something they sold. It's like, come on. Dave didn't do that.
I did not know that.
Although there was a hint
that
of
did-
Russian mob around
about
them.
the- no,
Tom,
I
I'm
didn't know
ashamed you
about the
didn't recognize
suicide.
that Italian name.
That's funny.
What? Perkowitz?
Yeah, there's a whole family of them.
Get out! Stop!
No,
All right,
maybe.
No, we're
Let's
kidding.
see.
Hang
Perkowitz.
on. We're
Perkowitz
sort of
or
coming back. Hang on.
Perkowitzino. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's talk Teresa, the HOA. So here's the thing. What I want to tell you about is assessments are happening all over. It's a really bad time to own condos and townhomes, and I'll tell you why. Insurance companies are pulling out; they're not covering, or they're demanding extremely high deductibles, or they have deferred maintenance. These places, because they're coming up now. They were all starting to be built around the 80s, and now they're all coming up on extreme maintenance. But Teresa, it depends. What was your I imagine you have insurance, but you can get loss assessment coverage, but only if it's an insurable event. So, and only to a certain amount. What are they assessing you $5,000 for?
Let me see. Basically, there was an extensive roof
Yep.
replacement.
Yeah. Now, was this
And,
done by insurance because of a storm?
That I'm not sure. They said also other significant maintenance.
Oh, never mind. Okay. Okay.
But yes, there was some winter storms, and they had damage to several buildings.
Well, here's why I'm saying this. You're not going to get the maintenance covered. You're not going to get roof replacement coverage. But if you have the right insurance on your condo, you can be covered for certain loss damage assessments. And loss damage assessments are shortfalls where homeowners are assessed, but it's only for insurable events. So if it's covered by insurance and there's a deductible, this loss damage assessment coverage will kick in. And you can buy it now up to, I think, $25,000, but you pay for it. And some people have it for $5,000 or $10,000. Some people don't have it at all. So do you have loss damage assessment coverage?
That I'm not sure of. I will have to look.
What kind of
into
policy
that.
do you have? Do you have a policy as if you were living there, or a landlord's policy?
A landlord's policy.
Okay, you could have loss damage assessment. You would look at your declarations page, and it would tell you who is what underwriter do you have? What insurance underwriter?
I have a Colorado Farm Bureau.
Yeah, that's hard to say. That's hard to say. Anyway, but it'll only cover the part if you do have loss damage coverage, it'll only cover the part of that assessment that's insurance related. Okay? That's all. It won't cover just deferred maintenance. Like if you move into we've had many people move into a complex and they have to redo the parking lot. And they're assessing every homeowner $8,000, for example. Well, that $8,000 will not be covered by loss damage assessment because it's not a damage. It's a maintenance. There's a difference between maintenance and damages. Damages are from storms and events. A car runs into the place or whatever, but it's not due to deferred maintenance.
Okay, got it.
So check your policy to see if you have it, and then see which part of that $5,000 is going to cover is because of insurance. Teresa, I'm going to tell you something. $5,000 is right nowadays is cheap. There are people being assessed $20,000.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. $20,000.
Okay.
So is this the first time you ever paid an assessment?
Yes, it is.
Well, you're lucky.
Yes, and that leads into my second question is, can this happen again?
Yep.
And if so?
And again, and again, and again, yes. There's no limit.
Gosh. Okay.
There is no limit. Hold on. There kind of is a limit. In other words, the HOA board, they vote for stuff, So there has to be, they can't, hire their brother-in-law who is going to give them a kickback and then just charge the homeowners. So, yeah, there is a limit, but if it's an honest-to-God expense, they can pretty much bill everyone. Absolutely. Even sometimes, this is something that a lot of people get confused about. Let's say you have separate buildings and all of the repairs have to be done on one building. That is still aggregated to all the owners.
Okay.
So you can call us back if you want when you look at your coverage to get an idea of what's covered and what's not. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Deborah, what is this going on with Verizon?
Well, we're on a family plan. My sister, Gina Montano, and they've been on it for about 23 years. I had my own before. I'm a veteran trying to reestablish my career and stuff so I can buy a home on my VA. And she called and set it up at one of their
So wait, you've had this family plan for many, many, many years?
Yes, my mom and sister have, yes, and then I've been on it.
Okay, hold on, and we'll come right back to you, okay? I want to help a veteran out if I can. So we got more coming right up. I'm Tom Martino.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Up on the north end of town, I-25 southbound at 84th Avenue, a crash off on the right shoulder has slow traffic back from 120th. We're seeing a 10-minute delay there. West of there, I-70 westbound at 44th Avenue and Ward Road, left lane closure due to road maintenance with a 10-minute delay as well. Up on the far north end through Boulder, Highway 36 westbound approaching Colorado Avenue, road work in the right lane. Slow traffic back from Table Mesa Drive. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, another sunny one out there today with dropping temperatures from yesterday. High of only 77 this afternoon. Overnight low of 51. Tomorrow some clouds rolling in with thunderstorms, high 74. The current temperature in Denver is 66 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney that I like. He does business this way, or his practice, and I love it. He'll talk to you free of charge anytime you're injured, anytime you have an accident and you need help, or a friend or a loved one, and you need information. He'll impart all kinds of information. First and foremost, when you call, you're not shuttled off to a call center or an intake committee. You talk to John. And when you talk to him, you can ask your questions. If you decide to hire him after a free consultation, It's on a percentage fee basis, and you still have no out-of-pocket expenses. That's John Fuller, Fuller Law, myaccidentlawyer.co. He has pledged to take only the number of cases that he can work personally. Now, he has a support staff, of course, but he will handle your case. So call him from the beginning, 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co.
Hey. No, darn it, you're cutting out. You said looking for a commercial what?
Okay.
Oh, shoot, man. Okay, so I heard system. Something system. Oh, sprinkler system, sure. Hey, Tom?
Yeah.
Does that landscape guy, he does
Bob?
sprinkler deals?
Yes.
Sprinkler systems?
LEM?
Yeah, I'm sure he does. Or he'll know where to get them done right.
And, Kelly, can you lay LEM number on a fella? Hey, hang on, I'm going to have you talk to Kelly. She's got his number. Hang on.
Looking it up as we speak.
Oh, all right. Man, I can't believe the White House is calling these latest videos of Biden being helped around
Cheap fake.
Fake.
Yep.
Cheap fake and deep fake. It's like, I mean, go ahead and say it's the current president and the actual president walking off the stage together. That's all.
Right. You got to know how to do yourself.
There is no way Obama is not the actual president right now. No effing way.
Luckily, it's the law. It's not in the rocks. I got to get
His name's Bob.
I guess they're 4-inch ones, you know, where they come up a little bit taller than.
He is an elephant, and this is Mary.
Because the grass, you know,
Okay.
gets a little thicker.
Yeah.
You too.
That's how his yard is.
Yeah,
He doesn't
so
cut it as short as
that's
he
their
should.
latest narrative, or latest narrative.
The grass
is this
between
whole
cuttings
crap
and
about Biden's
blocks more of it.
gas being deepfakes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Italian prime minister is dressing up somebody to look like him and then go.
Right.
And so they're showing it again where he's there with the paratroopers and he comes around.
And he goes around,
Here's
and
the most
Maloney,
embarrassing part. Look.
and Maloney gets him.
Other
They
world
landed.
leaders.
Yep.
They landed
allowed
behind him.
it to
Yeah.
make it look okay.
Yep.
That's fucking surreal.
Yeah.
That the Japanese prime minister and the
It was.
the
He was
French guy
Yeah.
turned around.
That's
I
the
don't know
problem.
what he
and
was
they
looking at.
and they all act like it's okay.
But
Maybe
did
And
you
they
also
must
see? Did you also see the one with Obama when
Oh,
he led
absolutely.
him off the stage and
Absolutely.
like literally put his arm around him
Yep.
to help him off? I just
And
think
which
they're
is
just
crazy
nice.
that, but Obama knows what's going on. The fact that these other world leaders
Well,
play along like it's, oh my God, that's
I mean, I'm sorry,
That's the
but at
embarrassing
this
part.
point, Jill Biden is the most miserable human being
that is
in the nation.
almost human trafficking,
Yeah.
old man trafficking. Yeah.
Oh, last week when I left here,
Yeah.
my God, there was 2 horrendous accidents on Rappel Road.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
One was up by Regis.
All right,
way past
back to the laughs.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, Deborah, so you've been on a Verizon family plan for many years. Continue with your story, dear. What's happening?
Well, my sister called in to make sure that when I was up here for medical and Department of Vocational Rehab and to see an attorney that I could go to Verizon. She called, made sure that they would take care of seeing what the problem is. And Keith, the manager, I'm not trying to be rude, but he was very rude and condescending.
Now, hold on. Now, wait, were you having trouble with your phone?
Yes, I am.
And he was very condescending to you? Why?
Because he said, your sister's not here. I can't verify who she is. She already did what she needed to, so that when I on the phone, you know, because she works from home, she has medical issues. She did what she needed to do. We've gone to other Verizons in Westminster, Broomfield, several others. We've never had this problem.
So what would you like us to do, Deborah? I want to get you some help here. So your phone is acting up. This guy was rude. He couldn't verify. You couldn't get your sister on the phone to talk to him? All they usually need is some kind of verbal... Go ahead.
She did talk to him. She did talk to him. But he wasn't going to listen to anything she said.
What? Like to verify, all they normally need is a number and a password or something, like a verbal password.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Okay, which store was this?
It's the one that's in Johnstown. It's 4791.
Did you say anything to him?
Yeah, I told him. I said that we've never had a problem with this before. We have never had a problem with this before. And my phone number, I pay for my phone, and it's on there. And he said, we can't verify who your sister is. But she already did all of that, and she was on the phone.
Okay, so what would you like us to do? Seriously. I mean, I wouldn't mind calling up there. Go ahead.
Go ahead, and I told him I was going to call the corporate office because we've never had any problems before, ever.
So right now, you didn't get your phone issues fixed?
No. No.
He wouldn't even give you service because he said he can't verify anything.
Yes.
And you guys, how many are on this family plan?
My mom, she's 89. My sister, she works from home. My brother, Marco, who is a truck driver, and myself.
Wow. I can't believe they're giving you such a hard time. I mean, so is there another store you can go to?
Yeah, but I'm going to have to, yes, there is. I don't know. My sister may have to go with me. I don't know. Do you think,
let me ask you something. No, that's bull. You don't have to do that. There are plenty of times my kids go to a store or my wife and I'm primary on the account. They can still get access. I just give them, I think I have a verb with AT&T. There's some kind of verbal password.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And, okay, do you know what? I want somebody to call up there and ask them, seriously. I want them to call that store specifically and talk to the manager and say, look, man, we got a report you were rude. All we want to know is how does this woman, did he tell you what you needed to do, or did he just say, I can't help you?
He said, I'm not going to do anything because I can't verify you're not on the account.
Okay, and did you say, and did you ask, what do we need to do?
Yes, because, well, my sister did too, because she was on the phone.
Right, and what did he say?
He said, I'm not allowed to authorize you over the phone. And here's the thing, Tom. All he had to do was look in my phone, and all the information is right there of who I am and who she is. And she was on the phone.
Yeah. Was this an old guy, a young guy, or what? I'm just curious. What kind of...
I don't know. I wouldn't guess his age. He never used to work at Verizon. He's still very rude and condescending and a male chauvinist.
Okay, hold on. Who wants to take on this male chauvinist pig? Who do we have in the studio, Kachina? Chopper,
we
you there?
We have Chopper and we have Deputy Dollar.
I'll do it, Tom.
Chopper says yes.
Yeah, Chopper, this is a veteran here, Deborah. All she wants is to get her damn phone fixed. Hey, what do you think's wrong with your phone, Deborah? What are the symptoms? I'm curious.
Well, I can't get incoming calls. I can't call sometimes. It's supposed to have 4G or 5G.
Are you ready to get ready for an upgrade? Do you know on the account? Can you get a new phone?
I'm working with the Department of Vocational Rehab. Because of my disabilities in the military, they're authorizing, and we're waiting for an authorization for a new computer so I can go online to do applications, apply for a job, and they're wanting to get me an iPhone, a new iPhone.
Excellent. We want to help you too, so hang on, all right? We're going to get somebody to talk to you. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Genesis Total Exteriors will take care of the outside of your house, everything from the roof down to the deck and all of the painting, windows, doors, siding, stucco. That's GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Audible.
Slowdowns continue up north, I-25 southbound at 84th. A crash in the right lane has stop and go back from 120th. About 15 minutes of delays through the Thornton area. Heading west, roadwork continues I-70 westbound at 44th and Ward Road. A left lane closed for maintenance. Slow driving it back from Wadsworth. Out west into the high country, I-70 westbound again after Hidden Valley, Central City. A stall in the left lane has stopped up traffic back from the summit of Floyd Hill. Fox 31 pinpoint weather cooling down after yesterday. Mostly sunny skies with a high of 77. Overnight low of 51. Tomorrow high 74 with isolated thunderstorms. The current temperature in Denver 68 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Get immersed in new worlds and ideas with Audible. Explore an incredible selection of audiobooks, podcasts, and originals, all in one easy app. There's more to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com.
Hey, I'm going to give you two things that are going to save you money, and both have to do with air conditioning. First of all, Fix It 24/7. They do an incredible deep clean. I call it the Extreme Clean, Tune, and Check. They're the only people that truly do this. I'm serious. The other ones say they check. They just want to shine a flashlight and then charge you. But here's the bottom line. FixMyHome.com, that's the website. Fix It 24/7 takes the time to go through and helps increase your efficiency by 30%, removing the dirt, extending the life of your AC, just $39 for new customers. That's FixMyHome.com. Now, speaking of air conditioning, even if it is in tip-top shape, have it work less, way less. Like me, okay? I have air conditioning, but I hardly use it. I'm telling you, I have the QC whole house fan. That's quiet, cool, whole house comfort. And it is amazing. I keep it on a low speed. It destratifies the temps in the house, meaning it evens out the temperatures from top to bottom, side to side. And here's what happens when you leave that on a low speed. Your house remains cool and comfortable, and your air conditioner works. I'll tell you, my air conditioner works maybe 20 to 30% of the time. It used to work more all the time, right? I'm saving 70 to 80%. And that's no exaggeration. That's QCColorado.com. I love this company. You will too. 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419.
Very nice of you. Thank you.
New unit. That's always been my philosophy. I tell them, just get a bigger hammer, you know. Yeah.
We have Deborah.
Okay.
Verizon issue.
Yep.
720.
Got it.
357.
357.
4215.
4215.
You got it. And she's expecting your call after 2 p.m.
Good. I like it when you tell them that. I really do. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. All right. We
We
have a little bit of a break.
I'll ask her is Did she just
Yes.
run an
So,
update?
what would you prefer?
Sometimes those
Would you
updates-
prefer looking up on
Yeah.
the invite, or do you just want their V cards?
Yeah, I don't know if it does it
To your
to
phone.
iPhone, but
I have the email.
my wife's
You
From
so
Ryan.
so you're cool with that?
Samsung.
Because I can send you.
seems like
No, because that's
always
pretty
messes
detailed.
up
It says whether they're calling, I'm calling, what time, their numbers.
Well,
our
you're
number.
calling both. Lauren
Okay.
never calls. She's kind of like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And usually, yeah, we will be calling Deborah. So you got to call
Okay.
Deborah. They're both kind of high maintenance. So
Yep.
but Deborah Floor is super sweet.
Yes. And Lauren's always been great with me.
Lauren's awesome.
Yeah.
No, I like her too.
Yep.
Just a little bit on the crazy side, but
That's
fine.
That is the ticket I bought. That is the entertainment I deserve. You know, that was Coney Island's deal, and that's where that expression comes from, the e-ticket, that you pay for different levels of engagement. And the e-ticket was the high entertainment level, and you'd get the shows, the food, the rides. And so,
In Coney Island?
Yeah,
I've been to Coney Island.
So, and this is once upon a time. I don't know if it's the same, but you'd buy these different tiers.
And if we did, Sue
And
would
the
probably
e-ticket was the full ride, and so that was
the one that would know.
expression for a long time. Oh, you got the e-ticket, which, like your life is shit crazy. Oh, the e-ticket.
Got it.
You got the full show, didn't you?
So, you know where Dragon's going, right? He's going to visit his wife's family.
In prison?
No,
not
no,
the ex-wife.
The new
current
wife.
Yeah.
Not the lesbian bank robber.
God. Did she only rob lesbian banks? Oh, here we come.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. And I'm with Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law. We're talking about estate planning in between everything else. Now, here's something I want to know. And it's something I thought I learned, but I'm not sure. Some people buy life insurance. Is that part of a gift? Is that part of does that go against your exemption? Like when you have life insurance and the proceeds go to a beneficiary? How does that work?
It is part of the exemption unless you do something.
So it counts against your
It
exemption?
does, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
that it matters. Like I said, most people are never going to get to that exemption. But the point is, is there a way to do it outside of that?
Yeah. So you might have heard of irrevocable life insurance trust. That is an irrevocable trust you set up. It is the owner of the policy, not you. So you buy the
But
policy.
you pay for it.
You're paying. You give the trustee the money to pay the premium every year.
But
that's a gift potentially, but it's usually under the amount. And so then
Can you use a life insurance trust for a number of reasons? Can you use a life insurance trust to pay estate taxes if you ever had any?
yes, yep.
And again, estate tax, do you ever think there'll be a point where there really will be estate tax on everything? Doesn't it decline every year, the exemption?
No, it goes up every year.
Oh, I thought
It's going up by the cost of living, which is why it's such a weird amount now. So it's like 13.4 million right
But then isn't it on a schedule? Like, didn't it expire one year where it was zero?
Yes, yeah, it did.
And they said that was a hell of a time to die?
Yep.
What year, do you recall?
I think that was 2010.
So everything left in your estate was taxed?
No, nothing was taxed. George Steinbrenner gave away the Yankees with no estate tax because he died that year.
Oh, that was the year when there was no...
There was no limit.
the exemption. Oh, but isn't there just the opposite too, where it's a zero exemption? I thought.
No.
I thought it went both up and down.
I mean, the lowest I'm aware of it having been anytime recently is about 600,000 back at the beginning of the 2000s.
But do you think it'll be here? Do you think a certain amount of exemption will be here for good for regular people?
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, it transcends parties, kind of, doesn't it? I mean, because people, if you pay taxes on everything all your life, for God's sakes, you want to be able to leave it to your kids or to your loved ones without paying tax on it.
Yeah.
And by the way, what is estate tax? Okay, let's just say, let's dream a little, and somebody has more than the exempted amount. For the amount above, is it a big percentage? What is it?
It's 40%.
What?
Yeah, it's high. And then you might have some state, like, some states.
So are you telling me a guy like Jeff Bezos or somebody, seriously, they could end up potentially, are you kidding, paying billions?
That could happen.
Or millions? There must be ways around it.
Yes, there's charitable donations. There's the gifting. There's the irrevocable
what about trust?
Yes.
Trust?
But if you move assets into an irrevocable trust, again, you file a gift tax return when you do that because you're giving away a gift.
So to a certain extent, then, there is no way to pass on a certain amount of generational wealth without giving the government 40%. There truly isn't a way. I mean, in other words, wouldn't it be virtually impossible for a billionaire to do that without any tax to the government?
Depending on their charitable intentions. They could do it with charitable donations.
Okay.
Yeah.
But still, it doesn't benefit their heirs necessarily.
Right.
All right. We have more coming up. Get your calls in, problems, questions, or complaints. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And then we're going to find out why the guy was an idiot to our veteran coming up.
Thank you.
See if he can call during the show. That would be good if we can get a result.
You got it, brother.
Okay.
We're going to find out how
If
that guy was
Chopper can call the Verizon store.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yep.
Idiot.
I told her.
Am I getting a delayed show? Maybe I am.
Why?
Sorry. Thank you.
You're not getting anything delayed. I can hear you.
Did you hear that, what Tom said?
No, I didn't.
Who, Chopper?
Sometimes this stops.
Well, hold on. The YouTube is always delayed, but not when we're talking over the air like this.
No.
Yeah, I just heard that over this.
Yeah. You got to refresh it every now and then.
All
YouTube really lags.
I have to get.
Hey, YouTube lags so much I don't have gray hair. Ha, never mind.
That's funny.
Or I did, yeah, on the YouTube.
Yep.
So listen up.
All right.
Somebody's asking how much for a simple will with just no kids.
Anyway.
We'll talk.
So I start this freaking thing right after I got home. I think we got off like the first week of May. I start the class and the internship
no, I'm good.
at the same time. So the 3 girls that I did this with, they got to be princesses. One got to be Sleeping Beauty. You know, she's a little tall. One was, who's the chick from Aladdin? Jasmine. One got to be Jasmine because she's a little bit of a darker skinned girl and it just kind of fit. The other one was, is it Cinderella? No, it was the one, Ariel, the mermaid chick, the mermaid.
Yeah.
So they look at me and they're like, you.
I have one of those. I need you to read that when you have them.
Okay. Got
We're
it.
going to be involved in this segment.
Oh, you can't walk?
Okay, I guess not.
Oh.
So, talent manager is what he was called. And he literally says, I have the perfect thing for you. So I'm thinking, great, what princess am I going to be? This is going to be so much fun. No, I was Chip and Dale. The chipmunk. Because I'm short. And you know Dale? You know who Dale was? He was a part-time jockey at Hollywood Park.
Okay, let me see that. Wow, that's harsh.
So all the girls got to be princesses. I had to be Chip. Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Hi, Kevin. I do. Yes, I can put you on. And what was your issue that you had? Oh, yeah, the firewood issue. You got it. Okay, Kevin. hang on for me. We're just about ready to come back from break, and Tom will be with you shortly, okay? Uh-huh, sure. Yeah, Chip.
That's harsh.
Chip and Dale. So I tell Dragon this, and he's like, I cannot wait to see Chip and Dale at Disneyland because I'm going to take a picture. I'm like, in 1992, I'm sure there are plenty of pictures of me in the frickin' suit, baking my ass off out there, waving at kids. Yay, yay. Ridiculous. Like, oh my God. So if he sends me a picture, I will be kind of like, okay.
Perfect.
Well, you know, he's on vacation. By the way, I already read this article, dude. Oh, great article.
Tell you, Chad does more stories about workers seeking higher pay. I've called him out several times.
Have you? That's so unlike you.
Like, you did it again. You're undefeated.
So what's on your docket this afternoon? You've been here since CMN, so you're getting some overtime, right?
Not
Yeah.
in one day.
I may be. Is it cool out today?
It's a little cooler. It's the mid 70s.
You hitting Golden Corral later?
I don't think so. I might actually go to one of the ex-wives' house and help with something.
Okay. Which one? The hairdresser?
Nope.
The other one?
Uh-huh.
Mary's
Got her-
mom?
Yep.
Yep.
She needs some help with string of lights in the backyard. Like, I'll do that.
Did she get cafe lights?
Something's going on back there. I didn't understand the text, but I said I'll be there to help.
So do you take the vans then to do that?
I'll grab something from out there, maybe just KBCO.
Somebody wants to know, how do I apply to become a charitable trust for Jeff Bezos?
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe where we're solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, making life just a little easier. You know what I decided to do? I decided to unleash my Google Voice number. Maybe I shouldn't do that. I'm going to give it out. And I'll tell you why, because I can get text at this number. I can get text. So, if you want to send me a text while I'm on the air, of course, you YouTube morons, you can send me a text if you want to, as well as your messages there if you have a problem, question, or complaint. Anybody that wants to text me at this number, and again, you can text me at this number. You ready for it? It's a cool number. It's my exclusive voice number that I use for my calls on the air here. Ready? 747-999-5280. Isn't that a cool number? Do you know why I picked it? I don't know why. You can pick any number you want with Google. But most of it, you used to be able to. So I picked 747 because I like airplanes, 747. And then 999, I just picked it because it was just easy to remember, 999. And then 5280, of course, is the Mile High City. 747-999-5280. You can text me. Whoever gives me a first text message will get 100,000. Never mind, nothing. I'm just kidding. You're not going to get anything. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. I hope I don't get endless text forever now, but seriously, you can text me. And actually, when you text me, I will, okay, oh, funny. Hey, I didn't know you could, I got a dirty picture.
That's pretty awful, isn't it?
Why'd you send that to me, Shannon? Anyway.
Well, I wanted to see if you'd get pictures.
I didn't know I can get pictures. Now I'm really going to have to, oh no. I opened myself up to crap here. Holy crap. Anyway, we got a picture of Kelly stuffing her face. Wow.
What?
Yeah, he sent me a picture of you.
Oh, Shannon.
Yeah. Man,
By the way, you can also text the show at 57739.
Okay, somebody just texted me. What do I win? Oh, yeah, you can, of course, text us at the regular text number. That's kind of boring, but somebody said first. No, you're not the first. You were the second. Oh, damn it, I'm just getting their number, but not their name, so I don't know who they are. Do me a favor and identify yourself, and if you have any questions, just give me a question, anything. We got Dan McKenzie here for questions if you want. Now let's talk to Kevin on a serious note. Kevin, what's happening? Go ahead, Kevin.
Hi, how you doing?
What's happening, man? What's going on?
I have a little bit of a problem with Gilbert's tree service.
Now, what is Gilbert's tree service? Is it for trimming and all of that?
Well, they do landscaping, I guess, and they also do firewood, and they deliver firewood in the wintertime.
What's the problem, man?
Well, back in February, I had him deliver a cord of firewood, and the guy's four-wheel drive wasn't working in his truck, and he wound up getting it stuck. And the more he tried to get out, the worse it got, and he wound up taking out 2 of my fence posts and the gate and all of the fencing.
What? And how long ago was this?
Well, he did it back in February. I've been waiting, I waited until it got warm, to do the work. I've been calling.
Did he say he was going to fix it?
Yes, they said they were going to fix it, but they're a no-show. They don't answer my phone calls.
How much damage did they do?
I haven't had it estimated. It's 2 4x4 posts, 8 foot long, and
wait a minute. How does all that happen from getting stuck? Was it snowing out? Why did he get stuck?
There was snow and ice on the driveway, and he didn't have the traction. He didn't have the 4-wheel drive.
So
he was supposed to have 4-wheel drive, but it wasn't working.
So you're saying, okay, because normally, if I'm trying to think how this would work. Normally, if I have a delivery to my house and they slip on the ice and snow, is that truly their fault? You're saying he was ill-prepared.
Yeah, because it was supposed to be. He told me himself that the boss.
How much did you get this estimated? How much damage are we looking at?
I didn't get an estimate because they were supposed to come and just.
But if you had to guess? Well, you're talking about some posts, right?
Well, 2 4x4 posts that's about 8 feet long,
And that's are they like what are those posts for? They're concreted into the ground.
Well, you dig a hole and put them in. You can put concrete in if you want.
Yeah, but what are they used for? Is that for your gate or something?
Yeah, they're corner posts for the fence.
And are those the only things that broke?
No, you bent the gate up too. It's a preferred.
Is it one of those? Is it a decorative gate or is it one of those farm gates?
The farm gate.
Okay, like you get at the feed store, the big orange ones.
All green.
Yeah. And how big is it? 12 feet, 6 feet, 8 feet? What is it?
It's 12 feet long, 5 feet high.
Okay, yeah. How much do they cost nowadays? That?
Oh wow. I would only be guessing.
Well, I'm going to say they're probably about $200, and I'm going to say your 4x4 posts and labor. I'm trying to figure out here. You got what, around $1,000?
Maybe not that much. 500 to 1,000 anyway.
I mean, you would think this clown would call you back for this. You know, we'll call him for you if you want. And here's the thing, worst case scenario, you can take in the small claims court. I see you getting a judgment against this clown. Where's he located?
I think out in Peyton.
You know, it doesn't sound like the end of the world. I mean, does this guy have a...
It's just we have horses. And that fence is off where they can graze. We can't put our horses out there because then they're going to wind up out on the road.
No, I know what you mean. You can't put an electric wire up there temporarily?
Well, I mean, it's also our driveway, too. That's why we have the gate there.
No, but the gate still works. It's just bent, right? Or no, the gate is...
No, the post that it's attached to is laying on the ground.
God, this guy did a lot of damage. I mean, for just getting stuck. How big was the truck?
It was like a big Dodge Ram, like a 2500.
But even
a trailer.
Okay, all right. I just find it so odd. Okay, was it Gilbert himself that did this, or was it one of his workers, or what?
Well, he said I think it was like his brother.
Okay.
They told me that the guy doesn't work there ananymore.
Well, big deal. They still have to fix it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
But the lady came out. I guess one of the head people came out. I talked to her. She goes, "Oh yeah, we'll fix it. We're a landscaping company. We'll come out and fix it." And she took pictures of it and stuff. And then I waited until I got warm.
All right.
And the snow was gone and stuff. And then they I called them, and I just been taking the run around. And then finally they just said, "We're not going to deal with you. You're going to have to deal with the general manager," and gave me another number.
Let's do that. Hold on. Let's do that. Let's figure out what we can do. We're going to call them and see if we can light a fire under them. Hey, can you give this to Deputy Dollar? Because he's there hanging out. Let's do that. Deputy Dollar, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. I'm getting texts on my Google Voice number. And here's the deal. Somebody wants to know, Dan, instead of talking about rich people who have millions and millions of dollars in estate taxes, let's talk about the real deal. What are the expenses of normal probate? That's a good question. I never actually asked that before. Tell me what's involved in probate.
Yeah, so to open a probate, you file a petition with the probate court. Usually that's about $240, a filing fee, and then you've got to run a creditor notice, usually, in a newspaper.
Now, what's a creditor notice? Now, there's no newspapers. No, really, they have to update the law when it comes to notice. It should be on Facebook or it should be on Instagram. I swear to God. I mean, so where do you run notices nowadays? They still have a legal requirement for newspapers?
Yeah, you've still got the Inglewood, what is it, Recorder, the Aurora Sentinel, like these small
Whoever
newspapers.
reads those?
I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled that we're running these creditor notices in the smallest newspapers we can find, right? I mean, we're trying.
Yeah, what is the requirement for notices?
It's got to run at least once a week. It's got to run in the county that the person lived in when they passed away. It's got to circulate to at least 10,000 people. So there's some minimum requirements here.
And you can actually find newspapers?
Yeah.
If you can't, what do you do?
I mean, you can.
Okay.
I've never had that problem.
Okay. Now,
so that's usually
notice
about
of creditor.
$135 to run that three times now. So and then, usually there's a few filings after that. It's probably, for just the court costs, probably in the 300, and the newspaper fee, probably about $350 to do.
And then an attorney can be
several thousand.
Now, why do you say several thousand?
I mean, when we're drafting the petition, we're doing the creditor notices, we're helping with the inventory.
It's by
You've
the
got
hour.
stuff to do. Yeah, I mean, we do flat fee on probates too, but
now, what is the purpose of probate?
Because if you go in, let's say your family member dies and you go to their bank, or you go to the clerk and recorder's office, or you're talking to a title company about selling their assets, they're going to be like, well, who are you? Like, how do we know there isn't a will out there naming somebody else to get this?
So do you actually get documents from probate that give you authority to do things?
You get a document called letters, which is the document that you carry around.
And it tells the banks and all the others that you have authority.
Yep.
Now, can you have one probate action and 3 or 4 different authorizations for different people? Like, you can do this, and you can do this, and you can do that. Or is it just all on the personal representative?
You can have multiple people in the position together. I've never seen it broken out
is like one personal rep. What if he's busy? Yeah. And he wants to do, I'll take care of the banks, you take care of the cars.
You can agree to that amongst each other, but you're all on the hook for everything, right? So if you decide like you're going to take care of the cars and you don't do it, I can't say, hey, I told Tom to do it.
Okay, because the personal representative is responsible.
Right.
Well, what happens if somebody doesn't want to be a personal representative? They don't have to accept it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you should be very skeptical whether you want to do that job or not.
Really?
Oh,
truly?
Yeah, it's not.
So it's kind of like a favor.
Yes, I mean you can.
Unless you have money coming and stuff.
You can be paid for your time.
You can.
Yes.
Is there a statute on what you're paid?
It's reasonable compensation because we don't really know usually how hard is this going to be. Like, we don't know how many creditors are going to show up. We don't know if the state's going to be sued. We don't know. There's all kinds of stuff that can happen that can either make the job.
Now, obviously, a personal representative could just be a kid, the son or daughter, or could be a wife.
It often is, yeah, either
or
the spouse or the oldest kid. It's a very popular choice. But it's hard. I mean, I tell people, like, look, if I found out I had to liquidate everything I own today and take care of all my bills and close everything out, like, that'd be a hard job with my own stuff. Like, to step into somebody else's and figure all that out, like, that's a lot of work.
So what if, look, and then you got to pay an attorney and all that. What if everyone just walks away? What happens? Just say the hell with it. We're not handling that. No one can make you do it, right?
Right. It can happen. So there's public administrators out there that have been appointed by the courts that can.
So are there literally people, if their estate's not worth anything, who's going to take the time and energy to pay their bills and take care of stuff? Or what happens? You just walk away, right?
Well, as I said earlier, creditors can open the probate if they're not getting paid, and if they think it's worth a while.
And if not, they just let it go.
Yeah. Yep.
So there are people that can die that their stuff no one does anything.
If it's real small, yeah. I mean, somebody's going to be interested somewhere. So usually someone's doing something. If it's worth less than $82,000 and doesn't include real estate, you can just use an affidavit to go around.
But a car, you can do a small estate affidavit.
Yep.
But anything over $82,000, you got to go to court.
Yeah.
To have it transferred. Mm-hmm. What if there's no transferable assets, but it's over 80? Like cash in the house. I'm serious about that. What if
you're still supposed to do a probate if it's more than 82? So
even if there's nothing to legally transfer ownership, title.
Yeah, because somebody has an interest in that cash. I mean, it's very common that people have, there's people storing hard metals and stuff like that. We got crypto now, so there's stuff out there, and yeah, practically speaking, it's hard to trace it, obviously.
This is really odd. I mean, it's really a good topic, though. 303-713-TALK, 713-255. GrossmanWellness.com. In fact, I just got my blood work back. I do it every 3 months. And Grossman Wellness is such a great concierge practice. You go every 3 months, all your prescriptions and most of your prescriptions, your supplements and 3-month blood work and consultations. It's like having revolving physicals. I'm telling you, it's a great thing to do. GrossmanWellness.com for a few $100. Now, here's what you do. You can get started for $249 to get the first blood test and see how it goes with the exam and all that. If you don't want to continue, you don't have to. GrossmanWellness.com.
Very nice.
Care about your health? Look at your carpets. Soap and chemicals lurk from previous cleanings. The residue attracts dirt. Zero Res Denver means health and safety. Purified, softened water. Carrying away the pathogens and allergens. You will see and feel the
coming out of you into you.
Room starting at $119 and $75 off duct cleaning. 303-471-5150. 471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com. All right, you've heard me talk about this event we're having at the Sheraton DTC, that's Sheraton Hotel, at the DTC, and it's going to be on Thursday, 6:30. Call for a reserve seat. It's an educational seminar on all things financed, like getting a retirement account, protecting a retirement account, how to take and when to take a Social Security, and then also Medicare benefits, reverse loans. If you need to know about something, you can ask questions as well, and it's educational, no hard sales at all. They're going to let you know what's available in retirement, and that's mymoneymyway.com, 303-779-6600 for your seat, 303-779-6600. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. I love doing commercials for these guys because they simply say it like this: you won't find a water heater cheaper. Bum, done. You won't. No one can touch my price, he says. In fact, if you want a 40-gallon tank, it's $13.99 fully installed, the old one taken out, hauled away. $14.99 for a 50-gallon tank. Think about that, $1,499 for a 50-gallon water tank fully installed? Now, if you want a bigger one, they can do it bigger and still save you money. No one can touch their prices. Put them to the test. EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844. Go.
Hey. And you got a friend to help.
Dan McKenzie is at 833-267-5267. He specializes in wills, trusts, and estates. He is. You too. Thank you. Bye. Hey.
What's the best way to get this information to Tom? So not even the YouTubers here. But
oh my God! Look at all these texts.
Okay. Are any of them not ridiculous?
I'm getting all kinds of people. I gotta go read some of these. I got some Spanish here. I assume it's Spanish. Let me see. Google Translate.
I mean, I know Tom always starts with, I don't mean for this to be political, but as I look at Chuck Schumer standing behind Biden, Chuck Schumer is Satan.
Yeah. Oh.
Chuck Schumer is actually Satan.
I I talked to her.
But he's standing there also in front of the
You can tell she's
little meat puppet that is the
anxious and
Homeland Security guy, the border
Hey,
guy.
that's a cheap fake.
God.
What the hell is a cheap fake?
Instead of a deep fake, it's like. God. And who's the border chief that they impeached or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Did you get another one?
If I don't learn how to auto delete or bulk delete these texts, I'm going to be inundated.
Well, certainly save the one picture of Kelly. As a matter of fact, you could make it her profile picture in her contact.
You could.
You know, yeah.
If you want to live.
Oh, no, these are
Janet,
not going
for,
on my
you know,
phone, are they?
The next
Why the hell are they
couple
going
days.
on my phone?
Hey, who doesn't love seeing you shove meat in your mouth?
It wasn't all meat.
You know.
Okay.
Had
Text
some
them,
lettuce in there.
Yeah. Here we go.
Talk Station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Love this show, Tom. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Rich. Okay, and also, Wayne asks, should I keep my oil level topped up if it is a half a quart low, or wait till it's a full quart? Okay, I can tell you that for sure. You can do anything you want. Don't ever go above the dipsticks mark, though, and don't overfill. But you can wait for a quart down. In fact, to be honest with you, most cars can go 2 quarts low, but I would never go below a quart. And somebody else says, okay, let's see. All right, there's one that had some questions for, is it better to transfer my 401k to a Roth? If you have a lump sum in a 401k, there's nothing wrong with taking that and putting it in a Roth. Now, it's called a backdoor conversion. It's still subject to certain things, but most of the time you can do it. Most people can do it. You can when you put it in a Roth, you pay tax on the 401k now. If you anticipate taxes will go up, or you want to just grow money and not have any taxes. So what happens is this: you take an in-service rollover, so you're not paying the penalty. You're not paying, if you're under 59 and a half, you're not going to be paying any kind of a penalty. You'll only pay tax. When you pay the tax, it goes into a Roth and then grows tax-free forever. And you can take out the Roth whenever you want. Roths are also not subject to minimum distribution requirements, required minimum distributions, RMDs. So that's the answer on that one. And then, let's see. Thank you very much. I listen every day, Steve from Pueblo. Thank you. If there's no will and just a house was refinanced and I added someone to the loan, what happens? So if someone doesn't have a will, but they added someone on their loan, what happens? I mean, I think banks insist if you're on the loan, you be on the title, but I'm not sure about that. But what does happen, though, if there is no will and a house is left and somebody else is on the loan? I just never even, I guess that could theoretically happen.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be a problem for that person on that loan because they don't necessarily get that house.
Not necessarily, no. I think nowadays they require you to be on to both title and the loan.
I mean, if I'm a bank, I'm happy to have as many people on that loan as
You're right.
be on it.
Now, let me ask you this, though. As far as ownership, now, joint tenancy with rights of survivorship means that stays out of probate, right?
Yes.
Joint tenants.
Correct.
Or
yeah.
joint tenancy.
As long as there's a survivor among
Right.
the joint tenants, yes.
Right. And joint tenants in its entirety, that's something I had just learned about. What does that mean? Is that in Colorado or not?
Yes, it means both or as many owners as there hold it jointly own the entire asset, all of them, right? So
How is that different than when you're with your wife and you have joint tenancy with right of survivors?
It's really any reflection that you own the asset jointly. I mean, that's what most deeds say, is they just say joint. They own it jointly. They don't.
And that means you own the whole thing, both
You
of you.
both own it entirely.
Unless you do tenants in common.
Tenants in common means you own separate shares.
Okay, and it doesn't have to be 50-50.
No.
Okay. All right, and then, okay, here's some, we were talking about cheap fakes off the air. I guess someone heard it. A cheap fake is what, who mentioned it was a cheap fake of Biden looking puzzled?
The White House.
Yeah, a cheap, what they meant to say was deep fake. But this guy that texted me, or this woman, says a cheap fake is a Chrysler 300 trying to be a Bentley. Remember how they looked like Bentleys at one time? Do you remember that when they first came out? The Chrysler 300. Anyway, somebody else wants to know, how do I apply to be a YouTube moron? You're there. All you do is sign on, and you're a moron. It's honorary, and it's automatic. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. For those listening, the Google Voice number, and no, you can still text the station number too, the 57739. But I thought it would be fun to put my Google one out there too. Anyway, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Colorado Department of Transportation.
Major delays out west into the high country. I-70 westbound after Hidden Valley Central City Parkway, exit 243. A stall in the left lane has significant bumper-to-bumper traffic back from the summit of Floyd Hill. We're seeing a 50-minute delay for our mountain drivers. Into the metro area, I-25 northbound at 8th Avenue. Crew still dealing with a stall in the left lane. Slow driving back from Santa Fe, about a 5-minute delay through downtown. Otherwise, pretty standard drive throughout the Denver metro this afternoon. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, cooling down after yesterday with a high of 77 this afternoon. Overnight low of 51. Tomorrow, thunderstorms with a high of 74. The current temperature in Denver is 68 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Seatbelts save lives. 3 out of 5 rollover deaths weren't buckled up. Nobody is above the laws of physics. Buckle up and shift into safe. A message from CDOT.
Well, we wanted to, we had an inquiry about why, Tom, do you always insist on it's better to have one invoice for all your exterior damage when it comes to hailstorms? I'm going to just be logical here. Think about this. If you have somebody fixing the fence, somebody fixing the deck, somebody fixing the siding, somebody fixing windows, somebody fixing roofs, somebody fixing, whatever. You got all those different contractors and claims to submit to your insurance and all of that. Here's what I like. Genesis Total Exteriors, if you have multiple items of damage, they'll go all in one invoice. They do it all. One company, one point of contact. They'll deal with your insurance if you want them to. GenesisTotalExteriors.com for all your storm damage. Genesis, a company I know and I've known for years, and I trust them. Also about Genesis, they can do mold mitigation and detection. 303-679-8509.
Hey.
Tom, do you copy?
Yeah.
I sent you a text you might want to read about that Deborah.
Okay, a text message you sent?
Yeah, directly to you.
Okay, got it. Hold on, I'm looking right now. I don't see a text message from you, Chopper. Did you send it to me on my personal phone?
Yeah, the one that you sent to me yesterday,
Yeah.
so that number.
My phone. I don't. Did you just send it? I didn't get. Hold on. Wait. No, I don't have a text from you.
Are you blocking Chopper?
No. Chopper, the last two numbers, 95?
It just says Tom. Oh, God, I wonder if I sent it to my son.
You didn't send it to me.
No.
Is your son's name Tom?
Yes.
You didn't send.
No, I didn't. I sent it to Tom. Oh, okay. It must be slow. Anyhow, we're working on it, but there's nothing to it.
Which one are you working on?
Verizon.
Deborah, Verizon.
Oh, there's nothing to it, meaning what?
Not the store's fault.
I don't want to do it on the YouTube.
Oh, you want to do it totally private?
Oh.
That's why I sent it to you in a text. Yes.
We'll send it again, or send it to the Google one because I'm getting a ton.
Okay.
Did you get that number?
No.
You have
He
it?
gave it out over the air.
Well, is it this number here? Find 773.
No. Try 747.
Huh. Wow.
Give me the numbers.
747.
They were applauding every little thing Biden said at the event just now. Well, like how we applaud Tom when he does this latest little thing. We're so proud. So proud.
Google Voice number.
Oh, his phone number.
Yeah. And then other people said I get it from my Google account.
999-5280.
No, I think it's 3 nines.
Yeah, that's 999.
Oh, I was saying 929. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yay! Thank you.
Which got it?
Yep.
I got your chopper. I got you here on Google.
Okay.
Got to watch who you text what to, man. That got me in trouble a few times.
Have you ever? Oh no, I've mistexted. Have you ever had like on your, you know what I mean, where you send something and you're meaning to send it to someone else, but you have the wrong screen up?
All the time. Dude, I sent stuff to my wife intended for my girlfriend.
But I've sent
Twice.
stuff
I did it
about
twice.
people to those people.
I can't wait for this weekend, baby, is enough. That's enough. Huh. I'm going to be in Vegas with my sister. You're excited about this weekend? Oh, yeah. No, I want you to have fun there. God damn it.
For whatever reason,
What?
I have I've texted Dan Kaplis a shopping list twice for my husband, thinking it was my husband. So Dan has texted me back going, are you sure that you wanted me?
I thought I was sending it to a phone, but it looked like it went to your Tom at Troubleshooter.com. Sorry.
Okay.
At least you're not sending Dan boob pics.
God, how many? This Hellcat's being deleted all the time. Is he just totally inappropriate today? Oh no, is that the same? I'm sorry, am I just seeing it again?
Oh, here we come. More magic.
322-8779. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Now, we have the Google Voice number I gave out for people to text me during the show and with problems. And truly, if you want to call back to be on the show, you can text us there. And then the number is 747-999-5280. It's a pretty cool number, right? Anyway, so welcome to the show. And also, I got some consumer news that all of those videos that we've seen of Biden looking vacant, afraid, alone, wandering off on his own, those are all cheap fakes. They're not real. They're all cheap fakes. By the way, the Federal Trade Commission is doing so. I really like the Federal Trade Commission at times. I really do. No matter who's president, I like him. They're going after Adobe, and this is a problem I've long sensed about Adobe. They trap people. You can easily sign up for Adobe, and they don't sell any of their software. You have to get a subscription to the software. So I have the whole Adobe suite. Now, I love their products. I have what's called the Creative Cloud, where you get all the stuff in there, Audition, Photoshop, Illustrator, all of that, right? Adobe, what else? Photoshop, let's say I said that. Acrobat, all of that. So, however, when you want to get rid of the subscription, you can't find a place to cancel your subscription. And then they tell you got to call. And then you can't get through. And I've long said they trap you. But there's another thing they're going after them for. Not only that, not only is it they can't easily cancel their software, that's for sure, their software subscriptions, but also they're charging them 50% of the remaining payments if you do it during an annual period. So the FTC says, no way, Jose, that ain't going to happen. So therefore, the Federal Trade Commission, in my opinion, actually doing something right. I love when the government does something right. Now, I'm just going to say something. Under Obama, the Federal Trade Commission, and he went after some people and for credit card fees and all that, and I kind of like that, by the way. Oh, and by the way, if you're black, you got to vote for Biden. That's what I hear. You can't vote for Trump, except Biden's his popularity among blacks has decreased. He still holds a majority of the black vote according to surveys, but it's dropped quite a bit, like 18, 19 points, and those have all gone over to Trump. So I'm wondering, when a black person goes from a Biden to Trump, what the reason is. I often wonder that, because Biden said, if you don't vote for me, what did he say? If you're not black if you don't vote for me, or something like that. Anyway, speaking of black people and surveys, listen to this. This is a serious note right now. And I really do find this difficult to believe right now, because I don't know, and obviously that's a white man's perspective to think, is this really still going on? But this is what 76% of surveyed black adults. Now, this survey was done in late 2023. That black public officials are singled out to be discredited. What does that mean? Black public officials are singled out. So this is what 76% of black Americans believe. Also, police do little to stop guns and drugs in black communities. This is 76% of black adults say the police are not doing much to stop guns and drugs in black communities. Now, I specifically remember, especially in California, them telling police not to have a big presence in black communities because it's racist. They should spread it around. And that's happening in New York too. That I thought that if you had a big presence of law enforcement in black communities, it was considered racist. And by the way, I don't believe this. I believe it's an insult to blacks, what we do in the name of racism. I mean, pretty soon, I think they're going to have to look for another community to blame for problems. They're saying shoplifting, the reason they raised the limits on shoplifting is because it was an undue hardship on blacks. So what they're really saying is blacks commit most crimes. We're decriminalizing car thefts because of blacks. What they're saying is that these laws are against blacks. So what they're really saying, it's just so stupid. It's such an insult to black people. Anyway, here's some more of the survey. 74% of black people say that they are disproportionately incarcerated so prisons can make money. And these are true surveys, by the way. And then big business market luxury items to black people to keep them in debt. They say that they've included black people in a lot of these commercials for high-priced luxury items on purpose to keep them in debt. Now, this is a sorry commentary right here that so many blacks are distrusting of society in general, isn't it? I mean, really, we're doing a bad job, because I'm thinking as a white person, well, this isn't going on still, right? I mean, there's no one targeting blacks, but that's not what the black community thinks. In fact, listen to this. 55% 55% of the black adults surveyed believe that medical researchers are experimenting on black people without their knowledge or consent. That sounds like a movie. Remember the movie Get Out? That's what that sounds like. The government encourages single motherhood among black women on purpose. What are you kidding me? 55% believe that. And half of black adults believe that the government is promoting birth control and abortion to hold back the black population. Now get this. So they're actually saying, you know, I guess it's progressive government is promoting birth control as health and abortion as health in order to keep black populations small. This is a crazy survey. Truly is. It was done by the Pew Research Institute. I mean, this is not like some schlock organization. 303-713-8255. Anyway, meanwhile, I want Dan McKenzie, we have a question for you on informal probate. I think you mentioned it earlier. Is that what you were mentioning? This person's asking about informal probate. Is what they really mean is small probate? Is that what they're saying?
No. There's a small estate affidavit for small
Okay,
estate.
small estate affidavit if they're under 82 grand, right?
Yeah.
And when you don't have real estate.
Right.
Okay, you can do a small estate affidavit and have things. So when you do a small estate affidavit, does that happen with a personal representative?
Yeah, usually one of the things you have to explain in the small estate affidavit is why you're the right person to be coming and getting the stuff that you're collecting. So,
And does there have to be a will shown?
No.
Okay, then what's informal? What do they mean by informal?
So once probate is necessary, you've got two options. One is formal and one is informal. And most people are informal just because if it's not contested, we're not really expecting any creditor issues. This estate seems to be solvent. We either have an original will or no will. Like there's not really anything that's obviously going to be fought about. We use the informal process, and that usually is just the personal representative files the petition. They get appointed, they're going out there and doing stuff without much court approval, or court oversight, I should say. The beneficiaries and creditors can still complain, they can still ask for hearings.
But it's called informal.
Yeah, because the court's not really having hearings unless asked.
Okay.
In a formal process, hearings get scheduled proactively, and when we do think there might be issues. So if somebody's going to contest the appointment of the personal representative, any of the issues I just mentioned are there, like creditor issues or people are fighting over stuff, you would file the formal process and actually schedule hearings.
Okay, we got more coming right up.
You.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Revive Organic Soil Treatment.
Major delays out west into the high country, I-70 westbound after Hidden Valley Central City Parkway exit 243. A stall in the left lane has significant bumper-to-bumper traffic back from the summit of Floyd Hill. We're seeing a 50-minute delay for our mountain drivers. Into the metro area, I-25 northbound at 8th Avenue. Crew still dealing with a stall in the left lane. Slow driving back from Santa Fe, about a 5-minute delay through downtown. Otherwise, pretty standard drive throughout the Denver metro this afternoon. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, cooling down after yesterday with a high of 77 this afternoon. Overnight low of 51. Tomorrow, thunderstorms with a high of 74. The current temperature in Denver is 68 degrees with your impact traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 K.
Summer is here. Do you know what your lawn wants? Revive Organic Soil Treatment moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. You'll see the difference. Revive takes water deep, down to the roots, to make the most of watering for a lush green lawn all summer long. Use Revive. It works.
All right, and I'm telling you that this Thursday night, if you want to learn about retirement planning, and income through retirement, Medicare, Social Security, reverse loans, and things dealing with people as they age, and security in retirement, and income and financial instruments, it's at 6:30 Denver TTC. But here's what I'd like you to do. Simply go and call this number for a reserve seat, totally free, no obligation. 303-779-6600. 303-779-6600. You know, Zero Res is a carpet cleaning company. It really is. It employs purified, softened water that is an extremely effective cleaning agent. In fact, once I learned this, I started using this water for everything. I'm serious. Now, Zero Res is a carpet cleaning company. They also do ductwork and tile and grout and upholstery and all of that, right? But what I love about them is they also make your house healthier. So I like them for carpet cleaning because they feel and look like new, but I also like them because of how safe it is. And they take out all that old residue from your carpet from previous cleanings and leave it with Zero Res. That's ZeroResDenver.com, and you will certainly notice the difference. They're the only people I'll let in my home now for carpet cleaning, and you really need to give them a try. You'll never go back. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150.
Hey. We talk here a lot about companies putting on their best, putting their best foot forward.
Yep.
Not causing trouble while in uniform is helpful. I was just sharing a memory with the ex-wife here because I was heading over to the house later and I had found a picture from a bar that used to be at Evans and Colorado called Mr. Bo's Retreat. So we're in there about 25 years ago having our 8, 9, 10, 12 pitchers like we used to. I used to have a drinking problem. And we're hanging out in there, and at a table across from us are a bunch of people. Hey, Tom, do you remember Bell Plumbing and Heating?
What?
Remember you remember Bell
Yes,
Plumbing
of course.
and Heating?
Yes. Big name. Yeah.
Good guys. But we're sitting at a table, and right across from us are 4 guys in Bell jumpsuits.
Whoa.
Obviously just got off work, and they're drinking like mad and driving company cars like we all used to once upon a time. Nothing wrong with that. But every other word was fuck something, right? Fucking this, fucking that, fucking that. And so they're like I say, in these jumpsuits, we still say fucking Bell, fucking Plumbing and fucking Heating. That's what we call the company. I used to do remotes at their place for years with Ken Moon. You remember Around the House with Ken Moon?
Yeah, what's Ken doing now?
I think he's doing a show in the Springs.
Okay.
But, yeah.
What happened to his show here?
He got fired. He got laid off with the last round of layoffs because he was a station employee.
Oh, wow.
But he was gone. But I did remotes at Bell Plumbing and Heating off of 225 and I lived there for a long time with him. And I told the brothers about the story. And I said, I'm so sorry. We still call your shop that.
Excuse me, Cal.
You got to tell your employees not to. And isn't it crazy on the road? Sometimes you see somebody in a company truck driving like a maniac. And you're like, dude, you got the company phone number on the side of the truck. That's the one time to not be a jerk.
Right.
Is it a backup for this in case this one goes down?
No. Totally different. They have their own deal over there.
All right, man. Here you go. About 30 seconds to outro music, okay?
Yeah.
Or when we come back, it'll be 30. Here we go.
Flora in Hour 2, right here on 630 KHOW.
By the way, I have a question here that texted my Google number. Are tap credit cards and debit cards safe? Absolutely 1,000% safe. They're wonderful to have, okay? Now, the other one is somebody wants to know about a Toyota Tacoma 2023. They say I can go 10,000 miles between oil changes. My experts say never go beyond 5,000 miles for any kind of oil change, no matter what vehicle you have. So, anyway, we are done for today, and I want to say thank you for joining us, Dan McKenzie. Here's where you get in touch with Dan. For estate planning purposes, facing probate or trying to avoid probate, 833-CO-PLANS, 833-CO-PLANS. Now, remember this, folks. You can call 303-MARTINO 24/7, 303-627-8466, and save all your problems for me.
You're the best.
Thank you, bro. All right.